Hallo Christians.
Goedemiddag, goedemiddag.
Gaat het met jou?
Ja, goed bij, dank je. En die kant?
Nee, wat kan ik klaar niet. Hier een extra.
Somlomo.
Masithandaze or Machtege God, where you have called us dat u gedrende ons vergadering. Ons dien tegen wijsheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou. En dat u ons sal help om ons tekortkominge te oorkom. En al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikelela Nkosi ilizwe lethu nabantu balo. Umisele Nkosi ukulunga kwiphondo lethu. Nkosi sikelela iAfrika. Gcina abantwana bayo. Khokhela Nkosi inkokheli zayo. Inike uxolo Nkosi iAfrika. All this we beg in your most holy name. Amen. You may all be seated. Honorable Premier, honorable members, welcome, and to our guests in the gallery. Honorable members, if I may just, before we go further with the order and the business of the day, just indicate to the honorable members who are connected virtually and to our guests, especially the Fourth Estate, the members of the Fourth Estate, the media. Let us observe the rules for virtual sittings as per the stipulations. So if you want to address the House, please indicate by a show of hand or in the chats room so that we're able to recognize you, honorable members. For the members of the media, you know you are guests. It is in no way different from when you are in the house here up in the gallery. So I kindly request that you observe the proceedings, but you do not activate your camera, nor shall you in any way activate your microphone. And if there is a point of order, honorable members, again, I repeat, do so by a show of hand or by indicating in the chat room, which has been designed for that purpose. And the presiding officer will take stock of your request or your point of order. Where we are now, we have got this virtual and a hybrid session as it stands. So the rules of order will apply in this House sitting. Honorable members, I recognize the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I propose that the motion as printed on the order paper in my name be given precedence.
Thank you, Honorable the Chief Whip. Before we move further, I just want to check with the honorable members, are there any objections to the motion? No objections. Now that there are no objections, I will now afford all the political parties an opportunity to make a declaration if they so wish. I recognize I think I need to bring to the attention of the honorable members that the EFF Honorable Klego is not present. If Honorable Makamba Boja, you will do the declaration, please indicate by identifying yourself. It is now the opportunity for in fact, the first one is the EFF, and then we'll go to the it's the ANC, and then it will be the EFF thereafter. I recognize the ANC. Now, yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Honourable Speaker, I think there's an issue with the volume, Honourable Speaker. Yes, we can't hear the Honourable Dagmo.
The Honourable, the leader of the opposition, forgot to activate the microphone. He does not know these technologies. Yes, you may please start from the beginning, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Speaker, every so often our country and province is blessed with truly committed men and women who serve the Republic in a way which restores our faith in the innate goodness of humankind. Reverend Courtney Sampson is one such individual. He has gone about his work with absolute commitment, dedication, and humility, and a fundamental belief in the need to build and strengthen our democracy, to build a democracy that serves and is accountable to the people. Not only by helping, along with others in Team IEC, to establish a proud South African tradition of free and fair elections since the dawn of democracy in '94, but also always acting according to the letter and the spirit of our Constitution. I know that it pained Courtney that the levels of inequality and poverty in many communities often threatened the IEC's ability to ensure free and fair elections of the same level of quality that historically advantaged communities with quality infrastructure and services had. When a community does not have venues big enough or venues without electricity or toilets or space to park vehicles, inadequate security, this can impact negatively on the right to vote. In very stark terms, we have had a situation where the voting experience for some takes 5 minutes in a very secure environment, while others sacrifice long hours waiting to vote. The IEC's responsibility, according to the Constitution, is to ensure that the national, provincial, and local elections are free and fair. However, it is the responsibility of those elected to work tirelessly with our communities to build a non-racial, united, non-sexist, and prosperous country, and to overcome the pervasive inequality, poverty, and unemployment of our society. We can all bear witness to the attempts of Courtney Sampson and the IEC team under his leadership to ensure extra queues for voters in congested voter stations. We could never expect the IEC to take responsibility for unequal infrastructure. But what we saw were heroic efforts under very difficult circumstances to ensure a smooth and dignified elections. It is incumbent on local governments to provide community infrastructure of equal standards in all our communities. Speaker, Courtney Sampson is a spiritual person, driven by his belief in the Almighty, and it is clear that his faith and love for humanity has helped him through these last 22 years of service to the country and our province. It was his faith that carried him through the personal tragedy that he and his family experienced during his tenure. Speaker, Reverend Sampson is an academic of note. He holds a Th.M. magna cum laude from Emory University, an MA in Religious Studies from UCT, as well as a BA Honours from UCT. He also holds a diploma in theology from St. Paul's College in Grahamstown. Speaker, Reverend Courtney Sampson is also a teacher, having lectured at UWC for over 7 years. He was, and I believe remains, a community activist, having served the Anglican Church in many capacities, chairperson of the Western Cape Council of Churches from 1989 to 94, and directly involved as a board member of the Church's Urban Planning Commission, amongst many other issues.
Thank you, Mtlegas. I would like you to finish that, but it's time now.
Can I just say my last sentence?
Please do. It's time, yeah.
I apologize, Reverend Sampson. There's much more that I'd wanted to say. 3 minutes is difficult. But in conclusion, I want to thank you for your role in both the struggle to attain our freedom and your role in strengthening our democracy and rooting the culture of free and fair elections so deeply. In conclusion, I want to welcome our new IEC CEO, sitting next to Reverend Sampson, Mr. Michael Hendricks. He's a tried and tested official who brings a wealth of experience to his role. As the ANC opposition, you will have our full support and backing for the task that lies ahead. The first one is the registration weekend on the 17th and 18th of July.
Thank you. Honorable members, I've had to express my apology that I had to extend a bit of kindness to Honorable Dagmo because of the nature of the motion, Chief Whip. And I'm hoping to do the same to those who can't finish on time. It was very important to do that in the spirit, again, of Reverend Courtney Sampson, who understand what we're trying to achieve with the work he started in this province. Honorable Chief Whip. Now I'm recognizing the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. The EFF started its journey with Reverend Courtney Sampson during the 2014 national and provincial elections period. Throughout this interaction, we experienced with Rev Sampson as a transparent, extremely honest, and accommodative individual who was and is driven by his love of religion, athletics, cricket, and youth development. Reverend Sampson's vision was and is still to increase youth participation in registering as voters. The apathy of some youths in partaking in political activities was of great concern to him. Reverend Sampson is cognizant of the fact that the discourse on reconciliation is becoming subservient. According to Reverend Sampson, the new discourse is poverty and not reconciliation like in 1994, a sentiment which is also shared by the EFF as observed from time to time. Reverend Sampson showed the Western Cape and South Africa the importance of being educated and has proven academic qualifications, e.g. his 2 master's degrees from UCT and Emory University in the US, unlike some in the political sphere, which I will not mention here. herewith express our sincere gratitude and appreciation of Reverend Courtney Sampson, and a very special thank you to his family for sharing him with us. Your continuous well-being will forever be in our prayers. In conclusion, Speaker, I would also like to welcome his successor, Mr. Michael Hendricks, in his new role as the new Western Cape head of IEC. We wish you the very best and hope that you will assume your duties and conduct them without fear, favor, or prejudice against one political party or the other. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Boja. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Heron from the Good Party.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on behalf of the Good Movement, we would like to extend our appreciation and thanks to Reverend Courtney Sampson for his steady and impartial hand in conducting elections in the Western Cape over the last several elections. In particular, we would like to acknowledge that he conducted elections in the spirit of democracy to ensure that every voter in every election was able to express their political will freely and fairly. We thank him for his service. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. I understand the temptation, Honorable Dagmo, but honorable members, the honorable member was asking whether the balance that has been left can't be utilized by those who wanted to say more. The answer is definitely no. May I request the Honorable Christians, ACTP.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it gives me a singular honor on behalf of the ACDP to utter a few words about this man of God, Reverend Courtney Sampson. As head of the IEC in the Western Cape, he has served the people of South Africa with distinction since 1999. He has held this position for the past 25 years and has earned respect from all political parties across South Africa, but also internationally. This chaplain, this academic, lecturer, sportsman, and mentor brought dignity and respect to a very, very demanding position. His humble nature allowed him to remain calm during potential storms that he has influenced with his meaningful demeanor. He had a personality of note. But Speaker, on a personal note, I got to know Reverend Courtney Sampson more than 40 years ago in the Church of the Resurrection on Bonteheuwel, David Poffit Street, where he and Father Claassen and was my teacher in the confirmation classes. So I knew him as an honorary man and a man of great wisdom, being a part of my life in a very, very early age. He, of course, was on the helm of this organization that oversaw elections in the Western Cape, and we know how tough it was. But this man has stood his ground, being fair and being honest. Even when he spoke to the media, his level-headedness was great to admire from this man. He will leave a gap, but we are sure with Mr. Michael Hendricks taking over from Reverend Courtney Sampson, the IEC in the Western Cape will be in good hands. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I now recognize the FF+. Honorable Murray.
Thank you, Speaker. Everybody has chewed on this, so I'm really going to think deep what I'm going to say. I know the Reverend Courtney Sampson as a fine example of integrity, which is so lacking in this political system we are in. He is an example of competence and efficacy. His boots will be hard to fill. It's a hard act to follow. And I can only hope that his high standards will not suffer after his departure. He's incorruptible. And I wish him a well-deserved rest, not retirement. His objectivity, non-partisanship, and availability for queries from any party is something to be respected. I can only hope that his successor will follow his fine example. Very, very high standards, very, very high standards. We can only hope that that will not suffer because of his departure.
Thank you, Honorable Marie. Honorable members, I now recognize the Al-Jamar, Honorable Brenkes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, on behalf of the Al-Jamar, we would like to thank Mr. Sampson for all his contributions with regard to the IEC works in the Western Cape. We thank him very much as he leaves a great legacy behind. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Brenkes. Honorable members, I now recognize the DA, Honorable the Chief Whip. Thank you, Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, it is an honor for me to rise here today on behalf of the Democratic Alliance. I think also, as you've heard, all of the political parties in this House, the sentiments raised by them, but also on behalf, I think, of the citizens of this province, to say to Reverend Courtney Sampson, we owe you a load of gratitude. We really do honor the role that you have played in our democracy over the last years. As you've heard, a man of principle, a man that has stood his ground, and a man that really has nurtured and helped us grow this fragile democracy, this new young democracy of ours in its formative years and the development of this democracy in the first part of our journey here in the Western Cape. You've heard people talking about his passion around making sure that we create more of an environment to get more young people into voting and having a say in their democracy. And we thank him for that. We thank him for the dedication and what must have been at times a very difficult job. I only see it from and saw it from one side, and generally a political side. And I want to thank him for those late night phone calls. It didn't matter when it was, when there was an issue on the ground and you phoned, Courtney Sampson would answer the phone. And he would always do so with this calmness, with this, let's just sit down. And of course, as a politician, you were generally in a frantic mood because there was somebody challenging somebody else on the ground amongst the number of voting stations that he was in charge of across this province. But he would do so in this calm, dignified manner that earned him the respect that you could hear today amongst the speakers of our legislature. I think of the 12 years that he headed up the IEC here, but more than 20 years that he served. And of course, those coincided very much with the time that I myself have been involved in provincial politics. When I was first elected to this legislature, and of course played my own role as a constituency MP, etc. And of course, over the years, the engagements that I had. But of course, I don't only speak on behalf of myself here, I speak on behalf of the Democratic Alliance in this province, but also on behalf of the citizens, as I'm sure they will all join me in wishing Courtney Sampson all the very best in his retirement, but also thank him so very much for this dedication and the role that he has played. I think back to some of those days on setting up some of those, especially those remote rural voting stations, sometimes during load shedding times, sometimes during winter storms, and of course also managing all the political storms that took place over these years that he has been at the helm. But I want to say to the Reverend Courtney Sampson that for me, the one thing that really stands out the most was, of course, when I had the privilege and honor of being elected to serve the people in the province in this position. And you know, when you spend months in the trenches fighting an election, and I must say personally, I didn't really think about that moment at the end of that race when an announcement would be made, because you're caught up in this election campaign. But I will never ever forget that day that we were at the convention center out in Century City, and this was the 2019 election in May, and you know, we'd all done our numbers, we'd all done our sums, but nobody really had the final tally.
Will you please wrap up, Honorable Premier?
And it was the Honorable Sampson that said to me, Mr. Windy, if your party votes for you in the legislature, you will become the Premier. And it hit me like a ton of bricks that day, that this honor that I had, and it was you that actually stood up and said it in that moment. And I want to thank you for that. And I want to thank you for the time and dedication, and I want to wish you well in your retirement. I also want to say to Mr. Hendrickse, thank you very much for stepping into these great shoes. And I'm pretty certain that we've got to know you here and in the role that you've played in the IEC, that in the same role, that you too are going to take this up and follow in the same vein. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. Honorable members, will you please stand up and just ask us also Mr. Reverend Sampson to rise? We just put hands together for him. Reverend, all I can say is that to find consensus among the politicians, it's not something easy to achieve. And we can only, on behalf of this provincial parliament and all the political parties, wish you well, sir, in your retirement and of course your future trajectory. And we know that life is never complete until you are done with it itself. So good luck. And of course, it has been said here to Mr. Michael Hendrickse. Good luck, Meneer. And I cannot say what the political parties say, but all I can say is that we know that you've been appointed because you are fit for purpose. Good luck, and we'll support you in any way possible as this parliament. Honorable members, that concludes the declarations. Now I'm going to quickly go back to an item that I reserved for this opportunity. I wanted us to exhaust this opportunity first and then go to my guests that are up there in the gallery. Thank you. Earlier on, myself and the Deputy Speaker, we had a session with the guests from Nigeria. And as we welcome them in the chamber, I can just reflect on my earlier engagement with the Deputy Speaker. These are academics, members of the academia who really are here to learn about our political system, our governance and leadership. They are here sent by the Nigerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, participating in an executive leadership development program with the University of Cape Town Graduate School of Business. And they are here for the 3 months from now. So they will be here for a good 3 months in Cape Town, in the most beautiful city, as one of the most beautiful cities in the world. And they've chosen to visit this parliament, Honorable Premier, honorable members, because they want to reflect on the work we do and also understand some of the things we have done, especially some of the achievements over the past year and challenges there too. So our engagement led to us arranging as well that they engage with the administration, and the Secretary to Parliament, Mr. Romeo Adams, have started to engage with them, and they will be doing so with any of the sections of this Parliament. They've also engaged the provincial government, and they indicated to us that they spoke to Westgrow in particular. Now, I would like to request the honourable members to join me in welcoming the delegation. I think to the guests, I've said it earlier on, Nigeria and South Africa have a unique relationship in our history and post-democracy, and we continue to enjoy those relationships. And good luck and enjoy your stay. Again, thank you. Honourable members, we move with our program, and we now headed to the interpellations. The first interpellation, as printed in the order paper, is by Honourable Heron to the Honourable Minister of Human Settlements. Honourable Simmons, I would now recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Before responding, it must be highlighted that on the 26th of February 2021, as part of a written question, the Honourable Member Brett Heron asked, and I quote, if these 13,000 housing opportunities exclude the 10,000 housing opportunities announced in March 2019, then what progress has been made with the planning and the development of these 10,000 housing opportunities? Where will these 10,000 housing opportunities be delivered, and what land parcels have been secured by way of release, acquisition, or power of attorney for the development of these 10,000 housing opportunities, close quote. Today, Honourable Speaker, the member repeats himself by inquiring about progress on the development, as well as which land parcels have been secured. It is therefore prudent to point out that, subject to rules 139(5)(b) and 107(b), no matter may be proposed for discussion in the House, which is the same in substance as a matter that has been discussed in it during the preceding period of 6 months, close quote. As much as the initial written reply and was not a discussion in the House, it is quite evident that the member seeks to create and drive distorted versions of what the actual facts are. Seeing that the member will be issuing a press statement shortly after this interpellation, as it has become his standard practice, I trust it will contain all the facts and not be some fairy tale. So let me reiterate to the member the A part of his question. The land that was identified is still in the ownership of the National Department of Public Works, which is now called National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, or NDPWI, the Provincial Department of Transport and Public Works, which is DTPW, and the City of Cape Town. Those identified are in the following areas: Bergvliet, Camps Bay, Oranjezig, Parow, Cape Town, Simonstown, Southfield, Tamboerskloof, and Zeekoevlei. To date, no decision has been taken by the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure regarding the release of the requested land portions in their ownership, after numerous attempts to get clarity on the issue. I would like to encourage the member to engage his political party, who is the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, to release the parcels of land so that the various studies and statutory processes can also occur. Further to this, to also encourage his party leader to include the Western Cape in a department's strategic integrated projects, particularly since 2020, the member's party leader completely disregarded the Western Cape. This continues to be of deep concern to us, as both the member and his party leader were advocates for the release of well-located land in the province, and more so in Cape Town. Yet now, when his party leader has the ability to do so, it is not forthcoming. Given that we have a housing waiting list of just under 600,000, one would have thought that it would be a priority for the member's party leader. This exclusion and continuous refusal to release land shows clearly that there is a complete disregard for human settlement projects in the province, and quite frankly, they do not care about our residents. They have been waiting for years on end for a housing opportunity. It is further ironic, Honourable Speaker, as it was during Member Heron's tenure as MICO Member of Transport and Human Settlements in the city of Cape Town in the 2017-18 financial year, that the city had to return 166 million rand of its Urban Settlement Development Grant, or USDG, as it's commonly called, to the National Department of Human Settlements. This amount would have produced approximately 1,038 housing opportunities. The B part of his question, Honourable Speaker. Furthermore, only Oranje Zicht is secured by the department through the City of Cape Town and the Provincial Department of Transport and Public Works. This precinct is in the ownership of the Provincial Department of Transport and Public Works and the City of Cape Town.
Your time is up. Thank you, Honourable Minister. At least you've got a second bite later. I now recognize Honourable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. The reason I keep asking this question is because I can't get a straight answer out of this government. On the eve of the 2019 elections, the former Minister for Human Settlements and now the former Minister for Transport and Public Works and of course former provincial leader of the DA told this parliament that 8.4 hectares of land had been secured to build 10,000 housing opportunities for mixed income families. These pockets of lands were identified in Burgkap, Oranjezicht, Tamboerskloof and the CBD. 18 months later, last October, I began asking questions because if the land had been secured, as stated, there should have been some measurable progress by now. I asked the present MEC for Human Settlements about the 10,000 housing opportunities, and he responded that his department had not received transfer of land in Burgkap, Oranjezicht, Tamboerskloof or the CBD, and that no progress report can be provided, and I quote him, as there's not been any properties transferred to my department. A direct contradiction of his predecessor's eve of election promise, a promise that was obviously nothing more than misleading. In February, responding to more of my questions, MEC Simmers sought to explain that the housing opportunities former Minister Madikizela had referred to were linked to land held by the Department of Public Works. But he didn't bother explaining why Minister Madikizela had stated that the necessary land had already been secured. MEC Simmers did indicate that an Oranjezicht precinct in the ownership of the Provincial Department of Transport and Public Works and the City of Cape Town had been availed to the department for planning purposes in terms of a power of attorney. And that's the progress report. 12 years of DA-led government, 15 years of DA-led city government have delivered zero affordable housing in well-located areas close to Cape Town, but they have managed to deliver a power of attorney for planning purposes. It's not clear, Speaker, if that power of attorney includes the City of Cape Town's land on Upper Orange Street near Duval Park, where the city has already created an exercise park on the part of land. Cape Town remains fundamentally structured in accordance with the Apartheid Group Areas Act. By perpetuating spatial injustice, the DA-led governments perpetuate division and deny residents of one of the most unequal cities in the world the opportunity to begin to forge an inclusive and sustainable future. The failure to navigate the city to more equitable ground is compounded by the lying. If you don't wish to take my word for it, you may wish to read the High Court's description of this government as a constitutional delinquent because of its failure to embrace spatial transformation. This is a government that makes election promises they have no will to keep. It is a disgrace. It is a disgrace that this government has not given one family of the tens of thousands who were forcibly removed by apartheid decree from the inner city to an affordable opportunity to return. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honourable members, I noticed the hand of Honourable Murray. Honourable Murray, is that a point of order, sir?
Yes, sir. I wanted to raise my hand to enter the discussion.
All right. Honourable Murray, for interpellations, we've got a speakers list in which you are not for this particular interpellation. If I look in the order of interpellations, you don't feature anywhere, sir. I do hope that in the question session, which is after the interpellations, you will then participate. I hope that is in order, sir.
It's in order, sir. I accept your ruling as always.
Thank you, Honourable Murray. Honourable members, I now recognize Honourable Maseko.
Thank you very much, Speaker. When people talk, listen completely. That is not my words, but Ernest Hemingway's words. Speaker, Member Heron is for the third time asking same question, expecting a different answer to the same question. As a former member of the City of Cape Town, the member is well aware of the fact creating homes are time and capital intensive projects. With continued land invasions and a shrinking budget from national government means that this government needs to be selective and make the hard choices when it comes to where we spend our money. Presently, the DA-led City of Cape Town is working tirelessly to create housing opportunities within the inner city. Multiple housing projects in the city are set to create 2,000 housing opportunities and will reach important milestones this year. Perhaps it will be important to take the opportunity to remind Member Heron that his own colleague is the Minister of Public Works, who has the authority to release land to the City of Cape Town and to the provincial government. Vacant mega land parcels such as Denel, Kulenburg, and Wingfield, owned by the National Department, have the potential to deliver more than 10,000 housing opportunities right in the heart of the city. Member Heron should partner with us and lobby his own colleague to unlock the potential of transferring these land parcels to the City of Cape Town. Again, Member Heron, through you, Speaker, showcase political will for transformation by transferring these land parcels to the City of Cape Town. Your leader holds the keys for transformation in Cape Town. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Maseko. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Maran.
Thanks, Speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Speaker, this is yet another example of how the DA abuses the parliamentary privileges by making empty promises and spreading false information. In that speech, the MEC indicated that the delivery approach included catalytic and provincial priority projects with a potential to yield 144,798 housing opportunities. These mixed developments projects would include houses for indigent, cab housing, rental units, social houses, and service stands. These include the Southern Corridor Integrated Human Settlements Program to upgrade informal settlements near the airport along the N2 to provide 51,540 housing opportunities. This included the Taiwan, the YB section, which was expected to yield approximately 5,000 housing opportunities. The construction of the Conradi Better Living Model Project, which has spent millions already and was meant to start in 2019 to create 3,000 housing opportunities. In all these projects, nothing has happened. The people were just fed blue lies, like it is in the case of deliberate mistruth and misinterpretations of qualifications by DA members. Over and above this, more blue lies were spread with the empty promises of Bo-Kaap, Oranjezicht, and inner city infills to create 10,000 opportunities to cater for residents in the areas of Bo-Kaap, Oranjezicht, Tamboerskloof, and the central business area. We know that DA is vehemently opposed to housing opportunities in the inner city, as exposed by his continued fight to sell the Tafelberg site to private developers, instead of using it for affordable housing. But alas, we got no information on the so-called discovery of pockets of land that were identified, or if a survey is at all on the cards to determine whether people may settle. The MEC must give an update on these developments because the people wants answers. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maran. Thank you. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Heron again.
Thank you, Speaker. In fact, I've asked this question 4 times, not 3 times, and I've had 5 different answers because I've even had an answer from the Premier's office in which the spokesperson for the Premier points out that the problem has been that I've referred to the transfer of land instead of the securing of land. So there are 5 different conflicting answers, and that's why this interpellation is on the order paper today. Speaker, if this government wants to resolve the housing crisis, it will stop hiding behind the false excuse that land is unavailable and funding has been cut. A government that is committed to increasing the rate of delivery and addressing this housing shortage can make it happen if it really wants to. It suits this government to hide its failures behind funding cuts and false claims that it has no access to land. The real reason housing is regressing in the Western Cape and the city of Cape Town is because this government and those governments do not regard housing as their responsibility. They are constrained by the limits of national grant funding only because they choose to be. This government managed to fund 1.3 billion rand to form a learner law enforcement officer troop. They had the choice to invest in housing or education, but they chose to play cops and robbers with people's lives. This government this party is in government in this province, in this city, and in over 20 municipalities in the Western Cape, and they have access to thousands and thousands of hectares of land. The party has absolute discretion to allocate suitable land to address the housing shortage and spatial integration, but they choose not to. Housing is not a priority. If it were, they could turn around the failing housing delivery by simply changing their attitude. They can deliver 10,000 housing opportunities promised in the inner city, and they don't need the national government funding and they don't need national government land. They've been making the same promises for 10 years. In 2010, they tabled a Cape Town Central City Regeneration Program. That program promised to achieve densification by developing affordable housing in the inner city. And that 2010 promise, those identified sites in the inner city, if you use them, you could build the affordable housing without the need of any national government land. You've had a plan for 11 years. The only excuse for not implementing this plan is that you have no political will to do so. It was just another bold announcement that signifies nothing. If you want to build 10,000 inner city affordable housing units, release the Tafelberg School to social housing. Release this large Dorp Street precinct that you bought for the education department and let it be used for mixed-use development. Release Government Garage, release the Prestwood Street precinct. Whatever happened to the Artscape precinct project? Dust off the City of Cape Town's inner city affordable housing plan we launched in 2017, which you cancelled. Release the Pickwick Street, release Newmarket Street, release Ruland Street fruit and veg site. You can trot out promises on the eve of elections every 2 or 3 years, but your track record remains a big fat zero. Thank you.
Members, I now recognize Honorable Simmers. Thank you, Honorable Hera. Minister?
Thank you very much, Speaker. In Afrikaans, we have a saying, is sienende blind en die horende doof. And listening to the Honorable Member here, and I would just like to highlight in Oranje is the site which is secured by my department through the City of Cape Town and the Provincial Department of Transport and Public Works. This precinct is thus in the Provincial Department of Transport and Public Works and the City of Cape Town. All other precincts I've mentioned in the A part of my response belongs to Transport and Public Works at the national level, Honourable Speaker. And I should also emphasize, and the member touched on that, that's why I'm here, is the horende doof. Let's say what he for himself beantwoord hier. This portion of land has been availed to the department for planning purposes in terms of the power attorney, which the member highlights. Because as a department, we do not sit on our laurels, Honourable Speaker. My department has conducted a preliminary feasibility study of the said precinct earlier this year. A detailed study will soon be conducted by my department to determine the various development options and costing aspects. But yet again, Honourable Speaker, the other precincts which I highlighted in the A part of my question, had that land been released by Member Herens's party leader, who's the national minister, we could have commenced a feasibility study and we could have ultimately been a step forward instead of regressing where we currently are. And I would love to refer the member yet again, the sienende blind, in my response to this member, Honourable Speaker, earlier this year, and I'm going to give the member the date, it was on the 26th of February in my written response. There's a detailed clarity on each step of the way, Honourable Speaker. And last but not least, Honourable Speaker, once again, the Premier's office, through his media person, provided clarity on what Madikizela meant at that stage when he was the incumbent Minister of Human Settlements. So all clarity has been given. Maar as 'n mens sien in die blind is, en die horende doof en jy glo in vier stories, speaker, dan gaan jy jou eie weergawe van die realiteit glo en jy gaan jou eie goeie weergawe van die realiteit wat jy vir jouself skep, gaan jy aan die breër gemeenskap verkoop. And I think it's time that the honorable member here and through you, speaker, and his party leadership, they start being held accountable for actually ultimately unpacking information in such a way that it distorts at many a times the reality and the facts which has been provided through to them in written responses, but also in this house. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, that concludes the debate on this interpellation. We now move to the second interpellation, which is by Honorable Dagmo to Honorable the Premier. I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for the question. Honourable Speaker, from the outset, it is worth reminding the House that the complaint by Member Dugmore relates to a letter written nearly 2 years ago. It took a full year for the Honourable Dugmore to file his complaint, and then another year for the Public Protector to investigate, even though the Act stipulates that an investigation should be completed within 30 days. It was only when Minister Dugmore made public comments about the Western Cape Public Protector's Office's lack of attendance to the matter that it was taken up by the National Office. In her letter to my office in July 2020, the Public Protector cites the reason for the delay as the COVID-19 pandemic. Given that the complaint was first lodged on the 19th of February 2020, before South Africa had even registered its first official case of COVID-19, this simply cannot be true. The true reason for this delay would appear that the complaint, nearly 2 years old at the time, was not deemed to be deserving of the urgent application of the well-publicized stretched resources within the Office of the Public Protector. Until Mr. Dugmore made it clear that he now wanted an investigation dealt with urgently. The motivation for doing so, I think, is clear. In January 2021, we received the Public Protector's report detailing her findings into the complaint by Member Dugmore and that Minister Anton Bredell had breached the Executive Ethics Code. The remedial action which she has prescribed in that report is that I submit her report to the legislature along with any comments and a report on the action taken by me to this House by 5 February. I have complied with the prescribed action and in so doing confirmed that the action taken by me was the issue of a letter of reprimand to Minister Bredell. It seems, though, that Member Dugmore does not understand, nor is he familiar with the concept of accountability, as he continues to ask me the same questions, hoping for a different answer. So, Speaker, A, there are no implications or impacts of this particular finding or sanction on the future functioning of the Western Cape government. The complaint and the finding of the Public Protector were directed as the actions of Minister Bredell alone and not done in his personal capacity or by his department or officials. In taking the remedial action as I did, I have ensured that my cabinet member was held to the Code of Ethics as determined by the Public Protector in this matter. And the image of the Western Cape as one that is accountable, lawful and transparent has been reinforced. B, the extent and ambit of the executive member's code of conduct as currently applied by the Office of the Public Protector to all actions taken by persons who hold positions as members of our various executives has been highlighted to the members of my executive. Both way of commentary from Minister Bredell after capacitating himself as to the content and effect, and in our ongoing discussions with legal advisors on the lawfulness, impact and effects of the Public Protector's views on the extent of the obligations on members of my cabinet under the Executive Code, Ethics Code. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. I now recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to the Premier for his reply. It's clear that what I had asked the Premier was to indicate that in the light of the finding against MEC Bredell, whether the image of the province have been tainted. It's clear that he didn't respond to that issue. And secondly, what lessons have been learned from the experience. I want to make it very clear that it is simply unacceptable that the Provincial Office of the Public Protector did not respond within the 30 days as required by law. And it is on record from our side that that particular office, the Western Cape Office of the Public Protector, has not shown seriousness when it comes to many complaints against particular DA politicians in this province. We've put it on record, and after this issue emerged again in the public domain, many others have emailed us saying that exactly the same. The Office of the Western Cape Public Protector does not investigate or come back on certain issues. And that is why we've asked for an investigation into the Western Cape Office of the Public Protector. We are concerned that there might be an element of capture, and we need to investigate that. Now, the question is the following, that why I ask about lessons is that the very same MEC Bredell has received a letter from the Theewaterskloof municipality, caucus of the ANC, outlining, number one, that there was not a quorum in the meeting which was there to elect the municipal manager. But in this particular case, and that is what the political issue that we've been raising about MEC Bredell's intervention on behalf of the DA in George, that not only was the code of ethics interfered with, but essentially you had an attempt by the DA to undermine employment equity in that municipality. That's actually what was happening here. And that needs to be looked at, because the candidate who had more experience was actually the one that the DA did not want to appoint, and they therefore appointed their person who happened to be white and male. Now, in Theewaterskloof, we've established that a much better qualified, more experienced black woman had applied for this particular position. And yet, once again, so I want to ask the Premier, you suspended MEC Bredell, at least MEC Madikizela. We asked for the suspension of MEC Bredell. That never happened. But yet MEC Madikizela gets suspended. So we have double standards here. But what we really need to unwrap and expose is that what is happening in this department is that there is unlawful interference which actually undermines employment equity and trying to build a representative local government or service in this particular regard. And the Premier must tell us, do they have a list of people that they will appoint to municipalities irrespective of other applicants like in Theewaterskloof?
Your time is up, sir. Thank you. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honorable Speakers. Interesting member Dagmar mentioned capture from a party that captured our state. Honorable Speaker, I can confirm that this incident has not tainted the image of the Western Cape government, as the Premier has acted responsibly and showed again why the DA-led government values accountability and responsibility. This government takes action. Unlike the ANC governments, where members of their executives are heavily implicated in malfeasance, maladministrations, and corruption, and they are still in their executive positions. That's the difference between the DA and the ANC. The exemplary work of this Western Cape government speaks for itself, including of the recent handling of the Cape Town fires and the Cape Storm currently taking place. In contrast, the ANC-run city of Joburg had to turn to their neighboring metros to assist them in firefightings, where the city of Joburg, with a population of 5.5 million people, only has 6 working fire engines. That is the difference between the government. The lesson that we have learned from this experience, Honorable Speaker, is the DA must continue to be uncompromising and values our transparency and accountability. The lesson that every South African should learn is that the DA-led governments will place residents before their party and hold members accountable, unlike the ANC. We want to thank the Premier, who again showed accountability, responsible, which is what the DA-led Western Cape government is famous for, and we should not learn anything from the ANC governments. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mackenzie. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm reminded of the words of a famous South African woman, a woman whose portrait hangs in Democratic Alliance hallways and offices, a woman who the owners of the DA regard as their real North Star. Her name is Helen Suzman, and she once said, "It is the answers, not the questions, that are embarrassing." Minister Bredel's conduct did taint the image of this government. Minister Bredel's conduct exposed the truth about the DA, that they also engage in cadre deployment and can't capture the state. Minister Bredel's conduct was a conflict of interest and thus a breach of the ethics code. But it is the response of the Premier's answers that are embarrassing. The Premier exposed that he doesn't understand what a conflict of interest is. If the Premier is unable to identify a conflict of interest because he thinks it arises only if there's some personal or financial benefit, that is extremely dangerous. The promise of a government of integrity relies on the Premier exercising good judgment, uninfluenced by party or collegial loyalty. We saw the same thing when the Premier was unable to do anything about the Public Protector's findings about former MEC Madikizela. The Premier was unable to act. He was paralyzed by the conflict between leading a government of integrity and having to deal with a dishonest member of the cabinet. He kicked the can down the road, but his inability to understand a conflict of interest was exposed when he replied to my written questions, which confirmed that the Western Cape government would pay for MEC Madikizela's legal advice to review the Public Protector's finding. This is a luxury afforded to members of the executive only. But Minister Madikizela's argument was that the Public Protector had no jurisdiction because when he lied to Parliament, he wasn't speaking as an MEC, but as an ordinary member of the DA. So did the Premier not understand that if MEC Madikizela wanted to argue he wasn't subject to the Executive Ethics Code because he wasn't speaking as a member of the Executive, then he's not entitled to have his legal services paid for by the province? Thank you, Steve.
Honourable members, with the absence of Honourable Klego, we now move to the next member, Honourable Dagmo, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm very happy that the acting leader of the DA is going to be responding, because our point has been that this finding has damaged the image of the provincial government and actually has been dealt with in a manner which actually exposes the deep-rooted divisions within the DA, because it was not only the finding, but also the fact that we have a situation where, despite very serious allegations, and I'm addressing this to Honourable Fritz, against the DA mayor in Saldanha, that he in fact does not have an MBA. He has not been suspended and he continues in position. There have been recent allegations as well, which the DA needs to respond to, Mr. Fritz, that a councillor at the City of Council, Xanthia Lindbergh, has also purported to have qualifications which she did not have. Has she been suspended? No, she hasn't. So when we ask, as we do here, what lessons have been learned from this experience, it's clear to us that the DA has not learned any lessons. That in fact, under the real leadership of Helen Zille, who has come back to effectively take control and in fact destroy this party because of her narrow ideological position that race does not matter, that redress is not important, even if her so-called fit for purpose results in a completely unrepresentative civil service. And I think that it is this leadership that is now allowing, for instance, what happened in Theewaterskloof. The fact that a better qualified, more experienced black female candidate is simply overlooked to appoint a less qualified, less experienced white candidate in a municipality that clearly needs to be more representative of the community that it serves. So it's clear to us that this Democratic Alliance has not learned the lessons from this, because we cannot use positions in government to actually undermine national policy such as broad-based black economic empowerment, employment equity. And if we look at the representativity and how the levels of representativity have got worse under the 10-year term of former Premier Helen Zille, they're not getting better under Premier Windi, and that then becomes a license to municipalities governed by the ANC to actually utilize this to undermine representativity. And we know that we have capable people from across all communities. They need to be given the opportunity and not become victims of the DA's unwillingness to actually build transformation, because besides the finding against Bradell in terms of MEC Bradell against the breach of ethics, what we really need to look at in this particular situation is that the actual conduct of the DA in the George situation and in other situations, James Self still has to account for this. They actually undermined employment equity and then therefore went against. So surely that is a lesson that this DA should have learned, but clearly have not learned. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable the Leader of the Opposition. Honorable members, I now recognize the Honorable Minister of Community Safety, Honorable Fritz.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, that's very clearly a typo.
I recognize you, Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you. My apologies. It's very clearly a typo. According to the rules, it's the minister responsible, which is the Premier, which has the last speaking slot. Apologies, obviously a copy and paste error from a previous paper. I hope the House will accept our apologies for that.
Thank you.
I can speak, but okay.
Thank you very much. We recognize that and we welcome the apology. I now recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And obviously, in the words of the Honorable Dugmore, when he said it's very clear, I want to say it's very clear in my answer, because in the answer A and the answer B, I deal with no impact or implications for the government. I dealt with it very clearly. But also, it was obviously clear because the typo drifted him off from this to some other political arena. But it's quite clear for me that he is still, and probably the documents he stands here holding in his hand are still the Bell Pottinger playbook that he's working with. That's a much older document, the Honourable Dugmore. I'm not sure which of your factions are still relying on it, but both of your factions, and you speak about whether I suspended or not, and you've really fudged the whole issue on the Public Protector's report on Minister Bradell and on Minister Madikizela, and you ask why I then suspend Madikizela and not Bradell. And of course, I didn't suspend either of them on the Public Protector report. Of course, the suspension was something else, and also it was interesting to see a lawyer in the representation here from Good, who quite frankly doesn't seem to understand what due process is all about and doesn't allow audi alteram partem to exist. He expects people to just make these decisions without allowing for people to go through a process. But when the Honourable Dugmore talks about suspensions and why is this not suspended, and he even starts drifting off into local government arenas and starts addressing the Honourable Fritz in his political capacity, one then wonders about who is suspended actually at this moment, whether it is Ace Magashule or perhaps the president, or who is suspended. Nobody really knows. It seems to be going to be sorted out later this weekend. But let's talk about the Honourable Dugmore and suspensions and how he deals with things. I think back to the Honourable Davids in this very house, who actually was found guilty of fiddling her travel claims, and there was no suspension from the ANC whatsoever. We have another honourable member from this house who's appearing in court on corruption charges in that very member's benches, and I see no comment from him on suspensions of that member whatsoever. But he's looking for suspensions on the back of a code of ethics. And when we want to talk about ethics, honourable member, it's about those ethics when you start to fudge these issues and you start to bring up questions here on issues here in this cabinet, and then you start bringing in local government issues, talking to the Honourable Fritz while you're trying to answer this question. Quite frankly, that is where you start missing the boat, Honourable Member. I can assure you that we have no implications or impacts on this particular government. We've dealt with it properly and decisively. And of course, at the end of the day, the one thing that really stands out, which is a stark difference between where the ANC operates and when the DA operates, is the Honourable Minister of Local Government then, who was actually in the stage of writing that letter on a political letterhead, was actually protecting the ratepayers of that municipality because he spoke about process. Make sure the process that runs is correct. That is actually what his job should be. And really, I've said this before, it is going to be interesting how the finding of this public protector actually starts to play its role when it starts to get applied to other provincial MECs of either local government or environmental affairs that hold political party office of the ANC in any of those provinces, let alone those members who hold executive office at a national level and also hold political office at a national level on the NEC, etc. And they start making decisions on their manifesto within a party political position.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Your time is up.
Code. I think this is going to be an interesting journey still to come.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Thank you. Honourable members, that concludes the debate on this interpellation. We now move to interpellation number 3 by Honourable Philander to the Honourable Minister of Health, Dr. Mbombo. I now recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Member Philander, for the interpellation. As we know about the AstraZeneca that were returned to, were sold to the AU, and the program for the J&J kicked in after they were paused. Indeed, of course, there will be a delay, and also in terms of the quantity, because the AstraZeneca was targeting 1.2 million of the healthcare workers. With the Sisonke, part of the trial is targeting 500,000 of the healthcare workers for the phase 1, meaning that when we are done with the 500,000, then the leftovers of the health workers will need to be vaccinated in the upcoming commercialized vaccines that are coming, whether from the J&J or from the Pfizer. With a 2 weeks delay because of the blood clots from the US that we identify from the US, it does mean that instead of finishing off by, as envisaged in regard to the 500,000 doses, it means that we have to take the 2 weeks now where we've been on pause so that we complete this now by end of May for the phase 1. It does mean that now when we start the phase 2 mid-May, around about 17th of May, we will have the overlap. Ideally, we will have wanted to finish off the healthcare workers by the end of April, and then we might do some, and then when we have the vaccines, commercialized ones, we finish off the ones that we have finished. Was in the Western Cape, there's supposed to be 132,000 of the health workers to be vaccinated. But with the vaccines that we have, it will end up being about 90,000 or so. And therefore, we wanted to just to finalize and do the mopping up so that by the time we start phase 2, 17 May, all health workers will have been vaccinated. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the case because of the 2 weeks delay of the pause in relation to the J&J Sisonke vaccines, and also because the original number of the vaccines that were going to come from the AstraZeneca were more than the vaccines that now are part of the Sisonke trial. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, I now recognize the Honourable Member Philander.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, since the Sisonke rollout program was suspended for approximately 2 weeks, we have delays in reaching our population immunity targets accordingly. And though national government were unaware, in accordance to the Minister's reply, of the possible side effects from the J&J vaccine, it caught them on the back foot. So we must do what we can to relay fears from healthcare workers who have received and who are receiving this vaccine. Though, Speaker, what is the Minister's response to this? Speaker, we further welcome the arrival of the Pfizer vaccine on Sunday, the 2nd of May, and note in the Minister's reply as well, at the latest information as discussed at the DigiCon by the Premier and the health team, that there will be an overlap, as mentioned by the Minister, in rolling out phases 1 and 2 due to the time frame of the arrival of the 2 different vaccines. With the information available to the Minister, does concurrently rolling out phases 1 and 2 pose any risks to the provincial department's rollout plan holistically? In closing, Speaker, since we are expected to start phase 2 in less than 2 weeks, also as the Minister has mentioned, on the 17th of May, in line with national government's target, one notes that the Western Cape readiness to roll out 30,000 jabs a day, but the question is if we will receive enough vaccines to execute the plan accordingly, or if we will be receiving an unknown amount in piecemeal fashion as seen in the Sisonke program and the related delays. I'll conclude with that now, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Philander. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Wendvogel. Honorable Wendvogel. Let me see.
Am I honorable?
Yes, you may proceed, Honorable Wendvogel.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we really have to caution the DA against using the COVID-19 pandemic to score cheap political points. The question posed here fits into the same DA narrative which forced the Western Cape Premier to announce plans for a provincial vaccine procurement, which Minister Mkhize last week said it could amount to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The idea is to paint national government in a negative light while portraying the DA in a better light. Let me hasten the point to point out that the reason to stop the use of AstraZeneca vaccine are well documented and were very necessary. The temporary halt of the Johnson & Johnson rollout was due to safety concern picked up in other countries. It was the manufacturer's decision to stop distribution of for safety reasons. In all these cases, national government prioritized safety of the people and put forward the national interest. If the honourable member care about the health of the people, she must join the calls made by the ANC for the Western Cape Premier to immediately stop these divisive and wasteful plans to procure vaccine for the province. That money must be used to improve the state of our district hospitals and community clinics, particularly in the rural regions. There are enough vaccine for all provinces. The DA must prioritize the people and not its federal agenda. But what did we expect from a cabinet full of self-absorbed people who even misrepresent and lie about their qualification? The Premier and the MEC must tell us what is it with this preoccupation with the provincial rollout? Why are they continuing with it when it clearly failed before it could even take up? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Wendvogel. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Makamba Potje.
Thank you very much, Speaker. In the beginning of this year, during the State of the Province address, the Premier touched on matters involving healthcare in the province, which falls squarely within your ministry or the department. It then became clear during such speech by the Premier that a centralized vaccine procurement process by the national government was not enough to achieve the necessary population immunity for this year. The statement went further to give this provincial government's observation that those vaccines that the national government was able to announce as secured, most will not be available before winter. Now, this shows clearly that the provincial government did not have hope that the vaccines which the national government relied upon will be available on time or before winter, rather, meaning that this provincial government might have had other vaccines in mind which it can procure before winter, and in the process doing something better than the national government would. This is so because it was outlined that the Western Cape government has adopted a four-pronged strategy. The second point of the strategy was aimed at the procurement of additional vaccination by this provincial government, you as serving as a Minister of Health. And the reason or aim for that was to mitigate the risk that the centralized procurement process creates. So now, touching on the issues of vaccine rollout, we'd like to know how many people have been vaccinated in the population of Western Cape this far. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Pocha. I now recognize Honorable Philander.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the opposition colleagues, through you, cannot deny the fact, Speaker, that the Western Cape can take confidence in agile financial management and performance. It is, however, Speaker, highly unfortunate that opposition parties wish to reflect the performance and responsiveness in our province in terms of infrastructural developments, while its national colleagues have effectively cut the budget. The provincial department has still proven outstanding capability, Speaker. Speaker, the availability of funds for the provincial procurement process is a clear and welcoming indication of the caring government.
Chair.
Honorable members, I seem to have a point of order. Honorable Syed.
Yes, Speaker, I just wanted to know whether the Honorable Philander is able to take a question as to why the health MEC is no longer the leader of the DA Women's Network.
Question,
Could
unless
you
you
take that question, please? Thank you.
do so.
But you also don't have a leader.
May I, honorable members, this is our sitting, so it's not my sitting. I'm requesting that if you wish to rise on a point of order, especially the one similar to what Honorable Said was raising, you have to put the question, that is where you end, and then the next will be whether the honorable member wishes to take that question. But you don't proceed irrespective of whether the honorable member has accepted the offer for that question. So please let us not do it that way. Honorable Philander, I had to pause your time, and I'm now requesting to hear from you whether you wish to take that question.
None, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Philander. You've got 2 minutes. You've got a minute left.
Sure. Thank you, Speaker. I think the Honourable must either go and find out who suspended who. Thank you, Speaker. The availability of funds for the provincial procurement process is a clear and welcoming indication of a caring government who puts people's needs first. A population immunity remains the main defence in our continued fight against this pandemic. Speaker, let me move on quickly. In the Minister's view, could a clear time frame from national government regarding the quantity led to improved efficiency in the province be indicated? Have we to date received enough from national government to roll out 30,000 shots in 2 weeks' time to reach our target as promised by the ANC? And is it clear in the minister's reply that further delays in delivery cannot be ruled out? What will the department do to mitigate these risks pertaining to the overlap of rolling out phases 1 and 2? Speaker, I wish to commend the department's rollout readiness roadshow, particularly for those at higher risk to COVID-19, and reiterate the importance of establishing public confidence in the rollout strategy by providing a clear way forward. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Philander. Honorable members, I now recognize the Honorable Minister.
Thank you for the input. In regard to the overlap, it won't have much of an impact per se, because for the phase 2 is the phase 2A is the older persons, which is the 60-plus-year-olds and above, and the phase 1, as you indicated earlier, it is for the healthcare workers. As of the 4th of May, there have been about 65,668 healthcare workers who have been vaccinated. And these should have been actually completed by even end of April if we didn't pause the J&J. And the allocation for us, by the time we have completed the phase 1, we will have had about 90,840 of health workers that will be vaccinated. And does it show that if you do the subtraction, then 132,000 minus 90,000, it does show that you still have got other health workers that will need to be vaccinated. About the issue of the pause and all of those, it's not the National Department of Health nor the Provincial Department of Health. It's about the evidence, because people need to understand that as health, we have to use the evidence that is being brought, irrespective whether politically or ideologically you would have wanted to go another way around. So it is the evidence that did show, based on the presentation by the researchers and scientists in regard on why we have to pause the AstraZeneca. Again, it's based on the evidence in regard to that we have, and also regulations where that now for the J&J has to be paused because even if for us we would have say wanted to continue, but based on the ethics, you cannot continue with any intervention, medical intervention, if there is a proof that suggests that there might be some elements of the adverse events or effects from that particular intervention. That's the evidence. So let's not keep on praising and whatever, all of those. Let's take this seriously. We have an ad hoc committee where we do take about 3 hours making 40 pages of a presentation preparation for this house to be able to provide information. I get it annoyed when you find that with the members, all they want to do is about playing politics. Because you ask a question that why you even want to prepare so much of the information when we don't utilize that information. And we even come here and play jokes when we are dealing with issues of the life and death, especially the healthcare workers who have to be there throughout trying to assist all the families. So I appeal to the members that when we talk about serious issues, let's talk serious issues. There will be time for the other issues related to whatever. In regard to the question related to the procurement and also how many, whether we are, we will, in terms of how many people have been vaccinated, again, from member Makamba, it's about, for now, we are using the central procurement, which is what the national has confirmed that they will be providing 51 million. Actually, it's now going to be 60 because according to national, they said Pfizer is going to be 30 million, J&J is going to be 31 million. And then it means that, and noting that Pfizer has got double 2 doses. So it means that at least about 60 million of South Africans are supposed to be ideally to be vaccinated by the end of March next year. However, we have just heard that now with the J&J, with their vaccines coming from Gqeberha, there will be a delay in the first vaccines that will be coming from there based on the contamination that has allegedly happened in the US in one of their plants. So it means that we might not be able to achieve what needs to be achieved. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that concludes the interpellations. I now recognize the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to inform the House that with respect to oral questions, those questions to Ministers Mayer and Schaefer, with the concurrence of the honourable members who asked the questions, will stand over, please.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. Honourable members, I hope the House has noted the request by the Chief Whip. Now those questions will stand over for the next session. I now have a question number 1 by Honourable the Leader of the Opposition to the Premier, and I would like to give the opportunity to the Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much through you to the honourable member. The answer is, according to the National Department of Health, the National Vaccine Procurement Program will see a total of 46 million vaccines procured for the country. In actual fact, 46 million people will have vaccines for the country, of which approximately 4.7 million will be allocated to the Western Cape for the rest of this year and going over to next year. I strongly believe that the COVID-19 vaccine is the best way of beating COVID-19 and saving many lives. That is why this government has done the responsible thing and ensure that we have a risk mitigation measure in place. As part of this risk mitigation approach, we will continue to keep our vaccine acquisition team engaged. Despite only just a short while ago getting that number that I've just mentioned of 46 million vaccines given to us for the first time from the Minister. The Department of Health, in conjunction with the Provincial Treasury, have worked extensively on the planning processes and systems required in order to ensure a corruption-free, responsible vaccine procurement program which delivers a vaccine that is safe and effective in our context. These processes are ongoing, and it is a responsible thing to do, noting our duty to our residents to ensure that vaccines are available. We care about the well-being and dignity of the residents of the province, and we believe that a successful mass vaccination strategy is the only way to beat COVID-19, to save lives and to save our economy. By taking risk mitigation approach or a risk mitigation approach, we will give our residents the best chance to stay safe and move forward. And then B, no costs have been incurred thus far for the procurement of vaccines. But also, Mr. Speaker, to add on to this question, and of course, it was a while ago when we made the announcement and put the processes, and of course, even in our budget process, put money aside for the procurement of vaccines. The question actually should be asked is, would you trust the ANC to supply you with vaccines? And of course, you have to then apply your mind. I mean, I have the spreadsheet here, and you've heard in the previous interpellation, the minister has said that the 1,099,200 vaccines were the first load to come for the rollout of the 60-year and older vaccine process was supposed to be here on the 19th of April 2021. Of course, there's the delay. I am happy to say that the 325,260 vaccines arrived on Sunday. This was the vaccines that were due to arrive on the 3rd of May and have. We actually are already right now, as we stand in the system of this spreadsheet, where we should have over 1.4 million vaccines in the system. We only have 325,000 vaccines in our system right now in South Africa. And this is the real issue that we're facing. So I ask again, would you just straight out trust the ANC? This is the party that, this is the party that stole money when they had to run Madiba's funeral. I mean, can you believe that? I mean, that is just unbelievable. This is the party that during the middle of a pandemic, we had to trust to procure PPE, and instead they stole the money. This is the same party that we need to trust to keep the lights on in our country. We are all busy with risk mitigation at the moment, making sure that we deliver on behalf of the citizens of our province according to our constitutional mandate. And that's why we have to make sure that we've also got our standby vaccine procurement program.
That's good.
And I'm sorry that as we stand here today, I haven't managed to put a vaccine on the table as yet. The ANC are trying very hard to stop us at every turn. But we will continue, and I will keep this in place. In actual fact, it's quite embarrassing that we stand here as a province in South Africa, or even as a country. As a country in South Africa, where quite frankly, right now, today, Ivory Coast has vaccinated more people than we have in South Africa. Nigeria has vaccinated more people than we have in South Africa. Uganda has vaccinated more people than we have in South Africa. Sierra Leone, Ethiopia, Egypt, Kenya, Botswana, Senegal, Ghana, Cape Verde Islands, Rwanda, Zimbabwe has vaccinated way more people than we have in South Africa. And in Morocco, by far, the leaders in vaccination of their people. And we, at the moment, as we stand, have only had the first real shipment of vaccine for rollout. So, of course, we have to make sure that we are mitigating this risk. Thank you.
Give us the numbers.
To follow up. Thank you, Honorable Premier. I just want to explain for the honorable members the procedure so that we don't just go ahead and speak. The first follow-up is for the honorable member who has posed the question. And then the other honorable members may wish to speak. Please indicate by a show of hand or indicate in the chat room, and then I'll recognize you. Then I hope that we are all on the same page. The Honorable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, in the light of the Premier's reply, I would like to ask whether the province has plans. I would like to ask that, given that the national minister has informed the province that a total of 46 million vaccines have been secured for the country and 4.7 for the province, what additional vaccines does the province want to still procure? And linked to that is whether he is aware that the Minister of Health has informed this province directly that attempts to procure vaccines on their own can amount to fruitless and wasteful expenditure by this provincial government.
Thank you, Honorable the Leader of the Opposition. Honorable Premier.
So I think, thank you very much for that follow-up question. I think first of all is what vaccines will we procure? Well, we are in the market and we are trying, and of course right now we will try to procure the vaccines that are already approved by SAPRA, as well as those ones that are close to procurement by SAPRA. So of course that's where we focus. I had an engagement with the new minister in Bavaria of the EU, Minister Himmel, and I engaged with her last week because what's happened in that province or in that state, which is a partner of ours as the regional leaders partner provinces, and what they've done is they've actually even attracted the Sputnik manufacturing now into the Bavarian economy. So I was engaging in around that, and of course that is for what they are doing around Sputnik, and we know that Sputnik is one of those other vaccines that are actually in trials for, in application for approval in our country. And of course, I have engaged yesterday with the advisor to the King of Jordan as well. I wrote letters to just about everybody around the world from a diplomatic point of view, because of course, if I get some traction, I then hand it over to the procurement team. I haven't given up, and I will continue to push to make sure that we actually get vaccines sooner than later. And even if we get vaccines today that actually help us so that we get everybody vaccinated as soon as possible, that makes sense to me. It makes sense to me. And if I can get more for other provinces, we will do exactly that, because at the current rate, we are going to be vaccinating people next year. And we need to get back to work. We need to protect people from dying. We need to do it as quickly and as fast as possible. So as soon as I do get a vaccine, of course, it'll have to be approved. And of course, we will then also, and I have not hidden anything from the national minister. In actual fact, the first vaccines that I ever got was still in the early days when AstraZeneca was available. We didn't have a procurement team, and the first million that I got, I actually handed straight over to via Dr. Kluti to the national team. Because, of course, what I do as a responsibility for the citizens of this province, but I also do it as a South African. I'm aware. This document that I held up here is the document that came out of the discussion with the minister. We had the document, the discussion face to face. And face to face, I said to the minister in front of the press that, Minister, we will still continue to see what we could get into the system, because it makes for good governance. And it definitely is not going to be fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because at that stage, we then make a decision on whether we can get, if we bought the vaccines and you didn't put them into people's arms, well, that would be a different question. But if we got to that stage where we said, what have we got in the pipeline? This number's still coming. We've still got X million people to vaccinate in this province. We can get tomorrow. We make that decision. And of course, that will change the numbers at the end of the transaction. Those products haven't even been delivered in our country as yet. In actual fact, that number includes not only just the Pfizer and the Pfizer and the Johnson & Johnson vaccines, because there is another number built in, which is other vaccines, which we are still waiting for the go-ahead, Sinovac, as well as Sputnik. We haven't even got the go-ahead as yet. So, of course, one would want to know, is that wasteful expenditure or fruitless expenditure, because we're already dedicating it to something that's not even approved? Of course, this is what we are busy with at the moment. We are busy with the best risk mitigation we can put in place that is possible. And that's what it's about. It's about getting jabs in arms so that we can actually protect citizens from dying. And that's why the pressure is on to get people registered, and on the 17th of this month to roll out the vaccines in this province as properly and as slickly as possible, that we can actually mitigate the risk as best as possible for those citizens, specifically those citizens at risk in our province. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable members, I just want to indicate the next speakers list. I've got Honorable Philander, Honorable Murray, and Honorable the Leader of the Opposition in that order. Honorable Philander.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Through you to the Premier, Speaker, in terms of the collaboration between the two spheres, Speaker, how is the Western Cape government working with national government in order to support an efficient vaccine rollout, including the need for sufficient vaccine and the timeliest rollout thereof? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Philander. Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Philander for the question. Absolutely. I mean, our department and the National Department meet every week. Minister Mbomba, as she's been saying now, the previous question was very much in line with this question as well, or the last interpellation question. And as I've just said, that Minister Mkhize was in this province. He was actually here to have a look at our rollout, to see whether we were ready for it. And we took him around, showed him that rollout. And Minister Mbomba and her team can be very proud of what we had to show him. And of course, he was also very happy with what he saw. At that same time, we had that discussion on when and where and how. And of course, that's the health department. At the same time, we also have continued engagement at a national level via the PCC. And of course, even between meetings, when we actually have political meetings, we also have administrative meetings that are ongoing almost every single day. The last discussion that was had between our team here in the province and the national team was about how we deal with travelers coming specifically from India at the moment. And of course, there was an advisory, MAC advisory document. We commented on that document, our officials engaged, and I think it was on Tuesday, there was a meeting at the National Health Council. So of course, we work very closely because of, we are all, at the end of the day, also, as I said earlier, we have a responsibility through the Constitution to deliver for the citizens of this province, but at the same time, we're also South Africans, and make sure if we can make sure that we help South Africa get the rollout of these vaccines as efficiently and effectively as possible. That makes for good business sense. It makes for good. It makes for a good South African response to try and claw back where we are at the moment in our vaccine response. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. I now recognize Honorable Murray.
Thank you, Speaker. Premier, thank you for having had the courage and conviction to start our own rollout. There's a lot of mistrust currently in the country about the vaccine. I personally have had many calls of people. The question they ask is one actually egged on by fear, and they say the national government is doing vaccinations, and so is Premier Windy indicated the province will do our own. Which do you recommend? Which one should we take? Now that's a curved ball. What advice do you want to give me that I can give to people who question the issue of, do I take the national rollout vaccine or do I wait till the 17th May and rather take the provincial one? Because obviously fear is a big factor in this vaccine. There's all sorts of fake news going on. Some people say it's not fake, it's true. Then we hear about blood clots. Then we hear about, we don't know what is in that needle. How do I know they're not injecting me so I can die before the election? All these type of things, it might sound strange, but the people are scared. And it will raise...
you can die, man. You are old.
People are fearful, people are scared, especially because of comments like we just heard from some ape here. I don't know who it is, but I want to ask the Premier, will you recommend that we take the provincial vaccine or the national one?
Thank you, Honorable Murray. Before the Premier rise, I would like to ask the Honorable Lily to withdraw his remarks.
No, I'm just joking, and withdrawing.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. May I then request the Honorable Premier to respond?
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much to Honourable Murray for the question. I think, first of all, we must be quite clear that there's no provincial vaccine or national vaccine that's being rolled out on the 17th. They're all the same, although there are two makes. There will be the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and there will be the Pfizer vaccine. The Johnson & Johnson vaccine is the same vaccine in this province as it gets rolled out in other provinces or in other countries. Of course, that is the vaccine that Minister Mbombo spoke about earlier in the interpellation, that 1.066 million vaccines that are ready. But of course, there has been a question mark because of a factory that was manufacturing in the US. So they're doing some extra double tests on that specific vaccine. But I have no reason to believe that they won't be available on the 17th. So on the 17th, there will be vaccines rolling out of Johnson & Johnson, and at the same time, there will also be Pfizer vaccines. At the end of the day, you also will not really have a choice as to which one you can have, because I presume that what we will do is we will probably get the Johnson & Johnson vaccines to the further reaches of the province, because it is a one-dose vaccine, because it doesn't need the minus 70 degrees to transport it. Although we have got a contract now in place that can transport the Pfizer vaccine at minus 70 to any part of our province. So that also has made it a lot easier. But I think logistically it is easier to actually send out to our smaller towns and villages the one dose. Our bigger towns with bigger infrastructure will get the 2-dose, which is the Pfizer. And of course, if you look at the scheduled delivery, we will build up in May. We will build up our numbers. We only get 325,000 doses of Pfizer every single week in May until the last week. In the last week in May, we get about 630,000 doses of Pfizer, and then it continues at that level for the weeks following that. But again, to that question, there's no difference in whether you're in another province. So it's not whether you choose the Western Cape vaccine or not. Our job at provincial level is to make sure we've got a slick vaccine rollout and a system, but we also linked to the national database. And the Honourable Maria, I want to say to you that we need to encourage people to get registered. I said on a question today on the Digicon, somebody was worried about, you were just saying there are many people that are worried because there's questions to be asked. We must be able to give people openness, transparency, and answers to their questions. That's very important. We need to make sure that they're able to ask those questions. So we have these open platforms, but you can also engage. And today we announced that the dashboard is now going to have the vaccine numbers also on our dashboard. And you can actually drill in. There's further detail on the dashboard that you can go into. I don't want to spend too much time on it today, but also people can go and have a look at the Digicon, especially Dr. Ishmael and what he said about the dashboard. He took people practically through it. I want to say a last thing about the mistrust in the vaccines. So, of course, one of the questions I got today was, we saw that there was some blood clotting with one of the vaccines. And of course, you've got to open and transparent about it. 6 people out of 6 million people getting doses showed a blood clot system or blood clot coming into their system. At the moment, you must make a choice based on that. But the opposite, and our numbers in the Western Cape are quite interesting because it's also around about 6 million people. And of our 6 million people, 11,500 have died because of COVID-19 in the last year in our province. But 6 people out of 6 million people got a blood clot. You need to make a choice here. And so I believe that, and every single day we're learning more now. I mean, there are millions and millions and millions, hundreds of millions of people that have received the vaccine already in the world. And we need to monitor and see. But of course, you've got to weigh up one risk against the other. My real message is, don't get caught short. And suddenly we have a third wave on us. And now suddenly you want to panic and go and get a vaccine. Get yourself registered. If you're over 60, it's an 8-step process, very simple. If you go onto our website, there's a button there. It's the top banner. Push the red button. You can register yourself. register someone else who can't, who doesn't have data or connectivity. You can put a trusted friend cell number on there that they will send the message for you at a trusted friend. And then ask those questions. On our dashboard, there's also a button to push to register for your vaccine. So, Honourable Marais, I think we need to be open and transparent. Anybody is going to be nervous, and we need to be able to give them those answers. And we will endeavour to give every single
there
people
seems to be a point of order. Will you please take your seat? Honourable Kama, is that a point of order, and what is your point of order?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I was reluctant in raising because I wanted the Premier to finish, because my point of order actually was what is on what Member Marais said earlier. I think if I may continue, or should I raise it then, Speaker?
Yes, you may proceed.
Yes, when Member Lily interjected, which I think you correctly advised him to withdraw, Member Marais continued to say, like we have heard we've just heard from one ape here. I think that's a very offensive and racist language that he has used, and he should be asked to withdraw.
We'll investigate that. What exactly did he say?
He says, like we have just heard from some ape. So he has called the member of the House an ape, a gorilla, or whatsoever that you would call is a racist term. Fairness, speak.
All right. Honorable members, order. If that is the statement, we will have to solicit from the Honorable Marais what exactly he said. And then if there is a conflict with that, then we'll follow the rules. I wish to deal with this matter now and dispense with it, if you don't mind, Honorable Premier. Honorable Marais, do you want to come in here and appraise the House on what exactly you said?
Yes, sir. This member, I didn't know it was a member because we're open to the public too. So I don't know who interjected it, wishing me to be dead. I don't know what is worse, to wish somebody dead or to call somebody an ape. Ape meaning stupid. If it is a member, I would say it's unparliamentary.
Thank you, Honorable Marais. Honorable Marais, it is unbecoming of an honorable member to call any person in this meeting, or an honorable member for that matter, anything other than the honorable member, because that is how we refer to each other. I would
repeat, sir, I didn't know who it was that spoke. He didn't show his face. He didn't have his video on. I don't know who said it. I just heard a voice.
I hear you, Honorable Marais, but you need to withdraw that statement.
Yep, I will withdraw, but must he withdraw that he wished me dead? Or is that okay?
He withdrew that statement as well. So, and he did a condition. If you could please
withdraw, Chairman, I withdraw.
Thank you, Honorable Marais. Thank you, Honorable members. We now proceed with the Premier's response. Honorable Premier. You were done, Mr. Honorable Premier. Thank you, thank you. I now have the next person to join us in the same debate is the Leader of the Opposition. I see the hand of Honorable Van Vogel, but your leader is taking that opportunity. Can she take it? All right. Thank you. Honorable Van Vogel, you may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, you
Speaker,
are.
am I honorable?
You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, can the Premier shed more light on the 1 million vaccines he says he sent to national government? And what are the details of these vaccines? And where did they come from, and what was the cost? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Van Vogel. I recognize the Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker. This was obviously quite a few months ago. It was AstraZeneca. It came through a wholesaler in the UK. At that stage, we didn't have the ability to procure because we had no procurement team. We also didn't have a budget aligned to it, and it was a shipment of AstraZeneca that was supposed to be going to, at that stage, AstraZeneca was only being sold to various countries and no private sector or subsidiary, and this was a shipment that was actually incorrectly sent to private sector wholesalers, and of course they weren't able to get it at the price. And at that stage, if I remember correctly, the price that we were offered was something like $5.20. At that moment, if you remember, I think nationally the AstraZeneca price we were getting was around $6.70 or something like that. But it was a much cheaper price than we were getting at a national level. It was just 1 million doses, and we weren't able to procure it at that stage, so we passed that on. Obviously, AstraZeneca then became a product that we weren't able to use anyway. But that was sort of earlier on. And I think I just mentioned that because at the end of the day, even in our own procurement processes, I've always said it to national government that no matter what we do, if my first responsibility obviously is to the citizens of this province. But if I managed to get extra vaccines, I would get them and then make them available to citizens in other provinces. And of course, that's what we did then, and I would continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable members, we now move to question number 2, which has been asked by Honorable Heron to the Honorable the Premier. I now recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member Heron for the question. A, the aim of the Western Cape Safety Plan is to boost law enforcement capacity in our least safe neighbourhoods and to address the root cause of crime and the violent crime more specifically in our society. This is an ongoing program that will be rolled out over time. Though the cost calculation effort done by the Western Cape government and the City of Cape Town, it was determined that with the current allocation budget, 1,000 learned law enforcement officers, or LLEOs, will be deployed. It is still the Western Cape government's undertaking to recruit and train and deploy 3,000 LEAP officers over time. Currently, 506 LEAP officers have been recruited, trained and deployed in the City of Cape Town Metropole. There are a further 250 officers being trained now who are due to be deployed in July, and the last group of officers deployed in October 2021. This means that by the end of this year, the Western Cape crime fighting capability will have been boosted by 1,000 of our own officers. LEAP recruits are trained in batches to ensure that every law enforcement officer is well equipped and prepared to keep residents safe. C, it is important to note that addressing crime is currently the primary mandate of the national government and the South African police services. In all areas across the province, crime is to be addressed by SAPS, as well as we have been, but we have also been seriously under-resourced, specifically here by SAPS in the Western Cape, especially in communities where crime rates are the highest. This is absolutely unacceptable. This government refuses to sit back and do nothing because violence and crime affect so many of our communities. We therefore responded with our own Western Cape Safety Plan, which uses data and evidence to ensure LEAP officers are deployed to areas where they are needed most. There is no doubt, however, that the SAPS need more resources in the Western Cape, especially as per our Equality Court judgment on this matter in poor black communities who face unfair discrimination by SAPS in their resourcing allocations on the base of race and poverty. And then D, the following was spent on the training and deployment only. This is of the LEAP officers, a total actual spent 2019-20 of 121,379,893 Rand. Total actual spent 2020-21, 213,195,147 Rand. And then a total budget allocation for 2021-22, current financial year, 496,279,795 Rand. E, violence prevention programs are implemented across multiple Western Cape government departments in numerous communities. The member did not state a time frame for the specific question. However, he has asked this question previously to other members of my cabinet, and so would also refer him to those replies. But in addition, of course, and in the violence prevention space, It is the various projects, like, for example, in health, 1,000 days, identifying of boys at risk, the Safer Schools programs, and that is from fencing all the way to anti-bullying campaigns, or the campaigns that they're running out at the moment, where it is about don't do drugs, please stay in school, and don't carry dangerous weapons. It is about the ECD programs. It is about the sport and after-school programs. It is about the chrysalis program and the extra identification of youngsters in hotspot areas who actually end up getting an opportunity in life to redirect and to help them get away from those gangs or those difficulties that they find themselves in. It is the area-based teams that are being set up across the province, and then, of course, the data that comes from those area-based teams. It is the heat maps that come from the data. It is about also making sure that we bring this together in a continuous program, not only within the province or at a municipal sphere, but also a national sphere. So, for example, when we bring in our management or our cabinets, and of course in our management committees. Yesterday was the Safety Management Committee, and of course the report back there. And I think if you ask any of the officials from the different governments, or you ask any of the ministers who were there, they would have all said probably the same thing. The report from the brigadier who reported back from Bishop Lavis on what his plans were and how they align and join in. It actually starts to make you quite excited that the safety plan is starting to find traction on the ground. So you actually start to see that alignment. And of course, at the end of the day, you have a look at it, you say, what are we doing? Is it making a difference? Is it having an effect? And for me, what really stands out, if you move back to the first part of the question on the LEAP officers, and I look at just this week alone, the LEAP officers have been involved in more than 80 arrests this week. And every single day, and I look at the LEAP reporting, and I see what's coming out of the system. It comes into my phone, and I see the hundreds and hundreds of parcels of Mandrax tablets or other drugs or firearms that are removed out of the system every single day. We get that report. And every time I see that firearm removed out of a community, especially a community that is held so captive by crime, that then says to me, this is the right kind of program. That firearm could have been the firearm that took someone else's life this evening, and that firearm removed by that officer. Just that one makes this worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. I just want to indicate to the honorable members that I've got the following names, Honorable Allen and Honorable Christians, and finally, I've got Honorable Kama. But before those hands, I've got the Honorable Heron, who's the person that asked the question.
Can I go ahead, Speaker?
Yes, please, Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the Premier for the answers. Speaker, my concern is the manner in which the Premier has answered this question seems to have shifted the aim of the Western Cape Safety Plan and the law enforcement auxiliary program. The aim initially was to reduce violent crime and use halving the murder rate as the index by which to measure it. And so to get reports that the law enforcement officers are finding Mandrax does not really respond to the initial aim of this project. And the aim was not simply to reduce crime, it was actually to reduce violent crime and to halve the murder rate. And I'm wondering if, I also went out and engaged with communities. I'm wondering if the Premier has done that. Because my fear, and I'm asking the question around this to the Premier, is that this safety plan and these promises are creating a false sense of security amongst the communities, because those communities are being told they are safer because there are law enforcement auxiliary officers there, and what they have there are learner law enforcement officers who are not actually addressing violent crime and are placing these learner law enforcement officers in danger, as well as those communities who are lulled into a false sense of security. What I saw was these LEAP officers parked behind community halls, lounging around, I was told by community members they don't feel safe because the learner law enforcement officers leave at 6 p.m. in the evening. They only work 6 to 6. So this plan, and I'm asking the Premier if he would agree with me, is creating an illusion of policing that is not a real policing plan. And secondly, I would like to ask the Premier to address the question of inadequate resources. This term of office started with a intergovernmental dispute with the Minister of Police around adequate resources of policing. And has that dispute been abandoned in favor of this LEAP project? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Honourable Heron for the follow-up. At the end of the day, the aim is definitely still to halve the murder rate. We've always said that, it's halve the murder rate in the next 10 years. But you've got to get to the causality, and that's why the violence prevention and the harms reduction is leading to this murder rate. So, of course, if you are tackling the gangs and removing the drugs and removing the firearms, that is part of the causality. But part of the causality is also the first 1,000 days. That's what the safety plan is about. That's what the advice coming from the professors and the specialists in our universities, and of course those partners that we've taken advice on from other parts of the world, who've also embarked on similar plans to halve murder rates, to make communities safer. Of course, his point around, deploying some force multiplier and some extra boots on the ground is not a switch. It is not something that just changes overnight. And of course, communities, if there are issues, we need to go and readdress that to these communities to say, when you have a deployment, it's not as if tomorrow it's just going to change immediately. Fighting crime doesn't work like that. But one thing is given, that the police and SAPS are under-resourced in our province, and they are specifically under-resourced in those areas that are the murder hotspots. 50% of murders take place in 10 of the 152 police precincts in our province. Those 10 precincts all happen to be in the city of Cape Town. They're in poorer communities, and that is where there should be extra deployment. So the first question, and that was the dispute declared, is why do we not get extra deployment to those areas? We show overall that we have under-deployment in this province. And of course, if I was the National Minister of Health, the National Minister of Police, I would be saying, which are the hotspots in the country, and why are we not over-deploying to those hotspots to make a difference? And of course, that it didn't happen. We declared the dispute. The dispute is still in place, but what we did do is say, let's hold back on continuing the legal process of that dispute, because what we did also get is an agreement to give us those extra 1,000 police officers. But it is still in place. I, at the moment, want to really find ways in which we work with police rather than against them. And of course, it is how we work together at all three spheres of government, tackling crime, focused on crime, and tackling it head on. So that dispute is still in place, although it has been parked, while we are working and finding ways in which to work better. And Minister Fritz, who leads this plan, will tell you that it is really when you get to start dealing with the leadership in the police system that are on the ground, in charge of the police stations in those police precincts, they absolutely value the way that it's working together so that we can have an impact. And of course, his question was, have I been on the ground? And absolutely. And really what I want to check when I'm on the ground, two things. Do we find that synergy and working with the different law enforcement agencies? And it's not only SAPS and law enforcement officers, it is SAPS, the law enforcement officers, how we integrate that with social development officers, how we integrate it with traffic, how we integrate it with Metro Police, with CPFs and with neighborhood watches. It is about getting all of those layers right. And then the violence prevention programs across every single department. And so, absolutely. But then his last point that he raised was he found officers not actively on duty. And I would request that he please report that, because, of course, that needs to be dealt with. It doesn't help if we have a police officer in whichever, whether it's a LEAP officer, a police officer, a traffic officer, anybody who's there in service of the community, trying to make it a safer place, who's asleep on the job, who's not actually actively on duty when they should be. We need to report that and deal with it.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Allen.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Premier, Speaker, through the Premier mentioned earlier on that crime is to be addressed by the South African Police Service. In understanding that the establishment of SAPS is currently 21,000 SAPS members for the province. A court case found where one particular gang indicated that they potentially have a membership of 10,000. So it could be argued that there is actually more gang members in our province than we have SAPS members. So against that backdrop and the fact that crime is to be addressed by SAPS, is the Premier able to elaborate on what is the status of SAPS resourcing in the Western Cape, and how does the province work towards supplementing this with the results? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And thank you very much to the Honourable Allen. And I thought he was going to probably ask me something more about the LEAP officers because, as the Honourable Heron said, have you been on the ground? And I know that the Honourable Allen was on the ground with our officers, walking with them just over the weekend. So I want to thank him for that in the role that he plays in his oversight role. But the question that he asks is about resourcing, and of course gave a number about gangs. But I mean, that goes to the previous point that I made, in that, you know, we have the highest per capita murder numbers in our country, although the numbers of murders are higher in 2 other provinces than this province. But it says there are 3 provinces with massive problems, and there should be maximum deployment and extra resourcing. One would expect to see fighting for those extra resources at a national level, deploying them into the crime hotspots, and then looking at the whole thing from policing through the criminal justice system. But we know there are weaknesses along that whole value chain, and there doesn't seem to be real action in trying to address it. He speaks about the 21,000 deployed SAPS officers to our province, and of course that also puts it in context. The 1,000 extra LEAP officers, you know, it is just adding extra force multiplier to the 21,000, but still, you know, we're trying to get huge results out of the limited resources that we have. We are still, as we sit here today, based on the previous numbers, where we've received the extra 1,000 officers. We were 5,000 officers too few in our province. So now we are sitting theoretically at 4,000 officers too few, but probably that number goes up every single year as we look at the differential between provinces, the crime levels between provinces, and of course the number of people that come to this province to look for services, for healthcare, for education and jobs. And then our numbers go up again. And we should be countering that with extra deployment across the board and continually doing so. So quite frankly, to the Honourable Allen, we still have too few deployed in our province, and we need to have more. And of course, that is why we're doing exactly what we are doing. It's a pity that we actually have to take resources and put a safety plan in place in the province. We should be able to leave it to where it was and not actually fight this fight. We should be focusing on other things. But quite frankly, when crime comes up as the #1 issue that faces our citizens, specifically those citizens in our poorer areas where they can't do homework besides underneath the dining room table for the fear of being hit by a stray bullet, where you can't just walk down the road, or you do and you cross the road and you get shot at because your family member might have some other family member closely linked to some gang member, and you just get arbitrarily just shot at. Or, as we see so many of our children just getting shot at with stray bullets, taking out our children as they're playing outside. And quite frankly, we have to change this. And we will continue to push and do what we can to bring about this change. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Honourable members, I now recognize Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. The safety plan with the deployment of the LEAP officers in the hotspots were the plan to deploy more and more LEAP officers. But a major problem that was identified before was the criminal justice system. The Premier spoke about appointing 150 investigators because we're arresting. How many of these cases goes for investigation and justice is being done, because we know we have a problem when it comes to investigators. How far is the province appointing these investigators when it comes to assisting trying these criminals when they are arrested? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much. And of course, the investigations definitely is an area where we're falling very short in our province, linked to the criminal justice system. I know that process, along with the City of Cape Town, is ongoing. I'd have to get the details, to get the actual detail of the numbers. So I'll get that to the honourable member, or have it placed as a formal question. But it is part of the ongoing process. This is not about just boots on the ground. This is about dealing with the whole aspect of how we deal with crime. And the point, as raised earlier and now by the Honourable Christians, is the criminal justice system, and whether it is the helping our investigations, because we know that our investigators have an average caseload of over 200 cases per investigator. And quite frankly, if you want to be efficient, you need to have less than 20. In actual practice, probably somewhere around about 10. And that's where we are way, way under-resourced, as he has said. But it's not only there. It is about how investigations get carried through, how the evidence ends up. And of course, that's why we've had to put the extra resources just into court watching briefs, because things fall flat. They don't have the proper dockets delivered. And so, yeah, we talk about these various interactions across this whole value chain on trying to deal with crime in our province. And yeah, I mean, I think in every single aspect, under-resourced and not sufficient manpower.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. The last question is from Honorable Kama.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I think in one of the committees that we had on community safety, the MMC from the City of Cape Town mentioned it to the committee that some of these LEAP officers in some instances were used to prevent land invasions. Now, I want to understand, with all of that happening, and with now what has been mentioned as what was the intention of having this safety plan, which was to halve the murder rate, I think in 10 years. Now, I want to check if the Premier really is satisfied that because he again, even today, said that from time to time we'll review this safety plan. Is he satisfied now that we're even struggling to deploy just 1,000 officers for a period of, I think, 2 years this year now? And instead of this government trying to seem as if it does something, I want to check if the Premier is prepared to really support the calls of the ANC that it is making to the provincial leadership of SAPS, that murder rate should be used as one of the determinants to deploy resources around the province, and therefore shift resources that are not being optimally used in your leafy suburbs and be deployed to the areas that really need them, which are the poor areas in our different townships. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Kama has hit the nail on the head. It is exactly the problem. He says the deployment from leafy suburbs to the crime hotspots. Why on earth has the ANC not done this? I cannot believe that they haven't done this. We always put these numbers on the table, and exactly we must do that. Rated next to murders. Quite frankly, why on earth haven't you done it? I absolutely support you on that. I mean, that is like the first no-brainer. And it hasn't been done for years and years and years, and I've got no idea why not. And that's the question. That don't ask me the question, ask the ANC the question. The second question is on the deployment of LEAP officers to help with other issues, not necessarily focused in those hotspot areas. And there was an agreement during the lockdown time that we could help with letting LEAP officers help with roadblocks, letting them help with other issues around managing COVID-19. But we have now, since the lockdowns, we've been getting all of those LEAP officers back into the reason that they are there. Exactly this question. Make sure that the deployment of those officers is not there for roadblocks. It's not there for other issues in other parts of the province. They are there in the hotspot areas to make sure that we are reaching the goal, which is in the next 10 years, we have to halve the murder rate, because that's exactly the point that the Honourable Kama makes. Why aren't we using the murder numbers as a deployment tool? I asked that question myself over and over and over again. Why does the ANC not use that tool as a deployment tool? Deploy people where you need them to make the difference in crime. And of course, that's why we keep on saying, give us the management of SAPS in this province, because quite frankly, the ANC don't know what they're doing.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable members, that concludes the debate on this question. I now move to the next question, and that is the question by Honorable Kama to Honorable Minister Fritz, Minister of Community Safety. I now recognize the Minister.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, Honorable Minister, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, assalamu alaikum to all our members in the House. The question that Honorable Kama asked is essentially almost identical to the question posed by Member Heron. So I'm not going to repeat what Premier said. In fact, Premier did an excellent job in answering the question about what are do and how are we rolling out our safety plan. I want to also just zoom in a little bit into the practical part of what the response is. I think it's okay to make comments about and other comments about people laying around here, laying around there. But we had yesterday an absolute excellent example of what we mean by an approach that is transversal, an approach that is integrated, an approach that deals effectively with the causes of crime and the root causes of crime. And as the Premier indicated earlier, we focused on Bishop Blaver's precinct. And there's a Brigadier Jones that really illustrated the issue. And Honourable Christians would be delighted to hear that the approach is in fact dealing with the whole criminal justice system, from arrest right through to prison.
Order. Order, Manglov. You may proceed, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And the whole chain, the whole value chain of the criminal justice system is dealt at the local level. So when a person is arrested by our LEAP officers, no one else, by our LEAP officers, the immediate thing is to check whether that person is a parolee. And when he is a parolee, there's the whole point of revoking that parole, getting him back into prison, because we have seen that a high level of crime is committed by reoffenders, by people put out on parole. And this is the reason why we are so focused on the area-based teams that have, on the one side, will have the kind of law enforcement part, but the other part is the violent prevention part. And the two must be interlinked, and the two must be integrated, and it's transversal. It was so great to see every department yesterday at the Safety Manco, from social development to housing to public works to traffic, to everyone, every single one. And then the next phase, to have the police there, we will have in the next meeting we will have the City of Cape Town there, every single one. But that is operational in already the area-based teams, and in that 10 precincts where the highest murder occurs. So we started now with Bishop Blaver's. We're moving to Khayelitsha, and then from there to Mitchell's Plain. All 10 areas will be done very, very soon. And so what I will also do, I will also forward the rest of the technical stuff that I've written here to Honourable Kama, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now recognize Honourable Kama.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and let me welcome the the response from the MEC. Speaker, I'm sure the MEC would agree with me that part of the challenges of this criminal justice system have to start at from your policing and making sure that we're able to investigate crime. Using an example of Kraaifontein, which is a mega capital, which I also visited, I think about weeks ago, I want to understand what is the department doing other than the 1,000 deployment of officers. What is it doing to ensure that it fixes the infrastructure of these areas that we're talking about, to make it a point that police are able to sufficiently do their work, they are able to investigate, and they are able to prevent crime. In Kraaifontein, the roads are a mess. A van, they took me to a ride in Kraaifontein. It's difficult to move around the township because there are many potholes, drains are blocked. It's just difficult to even operate. So what is this government? And with that clear understanding that the mandate of the province is in relation to policing is that of oversight. Now, I want to understand, why is the government prepared to even go and look for resources to do what is not necessarily their mandate, and neglect what is government responsibility, which is to make sure that we create an environment that is conducive not only even for policing, but for the people to live in these areas. Thank you.
Can I respond, Speaker?
Yes.
Nkosi, Honorable Kama, I think that's a very, very good question, because it's so contextual to exactly what I just said around the issue of area-based teams. Part of our area-based teams also speaks to urban design, because many times urban design facilitates crime. It makes the area conducive for crime. And that is the reason why we had every single one at those meetings. So our job is not to take a tractor and go fix the road. Our job is to facilitate that talk and that communication with everyone, to look at trees that's overgrown, that where people get raped when they walk to work in the morning, early morning. That's our job, because that's part of the notion and the principle of urban design. And so that's exactly what I'm saying. And in Kraaifontein, which is another hotspot, our urban and our extension in our uitbreiding in Afrikaans, our rolling out of the area-based teams is on its track and it's coming there soon. We're already speaking to the ward councillors. We're already speaking to the sub-council. We're having amazing talks before we actually come and roll out and launch any one of the things. But the point about urban design, honourable colleague and member, I think is an important point. And it's not just romanticizing about it. Oh, what is this one doing? We all talk together. We all find each other, as the Premier said earlier. We really want to build relations with SAPS. And where we need to criticize, we criticize them. But we really want to build up relations with them. The one issue that I'm taking to Cabinet very soon is the whole program of safer cities, and of how we can take hands with SAPS to roll out the principle and this program of safer cities. Because that's exactly what you are saying, Honourable Member, around urban design and the factors facilitating crime in those areas. Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Unfortunately, Honourable Members, the time has come to an end. So that really concludes the end of questions for oral reply. Before I proceed to the next level, I would like to just deal with and put aside two rulings so that we can move on to the business of the day. Order. During debate on the 30th of March, the Honourable Mackenzie raised a point of order on the utterances made by Honourable Kama regarding the Liquor Authority and alleged threats against it. Having had the opportunity to peruse the Hansard transcript of the Honourable Kama's speech, I found nothing unparliamentary in the remarks made by Honourable Kama and regard the comments as an expression of free speech within the confines of the rules of the House. I so rule. In terms of the second ruling, on the 30th of March, during the debate, the Honourable Kama raised a point of order on whether the Minister of Community Safety was reflecting and casting aspersions on Honourable Klego when he said, and I quote, "He is part of the problem in the Western Cape. He is promoting violence in the province," unquote. I responded at the time that I would check in Hansard and come back to the House with a ruling. According to Hansard transcript, the Minister said the following in relation to Honourable Klego. Honourable Klego is part of the violence in South Africa. He is part of the problem. I do not even want to address what he says because he is many times part of the problems of making this an unsafe province. Then he says, "Oh, this is the most unsafe province. He is the cause of the unsafe province," close quotes. The Honourable Minister continues and says, after the point of order has been raised, "Let me even state it further. The party, the EFF, is a big part of our problem in the terms of stability in this province and of stopping the violence. They do not stop the violence, they cause the violence." Rule 59 states, and I quote, 1, no member may A, impute improper motives on, B, reflect on the integrity or dignity of, or C, verbally abuse another member. 2, a member wishes to bring any improper or unethical conduct on the part of another member to the attention of the House may do so only by way of a substantive motion comprising of a clearly formulated and properly substantiated allegation. I have no problem with what the Minister stated after the point of order had been raised. This was done in relation to a political party in the House and not directed at a member of the House. What I do have a problem with is the Minister's earlier statements where he referred directly to Honourable Klego and accused him of conduct in violation of Rule 59(1)(a). I therefore request the Minister to withdraw the words Honourable Klego is part of the violence in South Africa. He is part of the problem. He is many times part of the problems of making this an unsafe province. He is the cause of an unsafe province. Honourable Minister Fritz.
I withdraw, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Fritz. That concludes my rulings. I now move on to the business of the day. We now come to questions to the Premier without notice. I recognise the Honourable Makamba Botja.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My question to the Premier today is as follows. I just want to know what steps would the Premier ordinarily take against a member or members of his provincial executive who are facing allegations of lying about their qualifications, and in the light of the development that transpired within your cabinet, where one of the provincial ministers admitted to have lied about their qualifications, which is Minister Matikizela. Lastly, going forward, what would be your plan in making sure that the CVs of your cabinet ministers is a true reflection of the qualifications which they possess? In other words, do you have any plans of embarking in a qualification screening of all your ministers in the cabinet? Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Very much, Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the Honourable Makamba Botja for the question. And I think obviously the process that has evolved in our province is one of public record. I think the first thing is that when the Honourable Matikizela was called out in a press release and press statement, he then very quickly admitted to not having his qualifications correctly written on his bio. But what I did do is when I engaged with him, I said to him, you know, obviously I need to apply my mind, but because I've also made certain statements around us as a cabinet. We've also made certain statements around our lifestyle audits, our values and integrity. And then what I did was I said that in order for him to also apply his mind, I then said that I thought the best year would be for a 14-day suspension. And within those 14 days, what I would also do is put a proper process in place, because I also believe that you need to have a record for future. You need to be able to show a process of how you applied your mind. And I actually asked then our legal department to commence with that process. Of course, I think it's also public knowledge that then Bongi Madikizela in that period then elected to stand down. He, in other words, fell on his sword. And I want to say that perhaps on that space that that is something that really happens in politics in South Africa. And I want to commend him for that, for doing the honourable thing, as difficult as it is. And of course, the honourable member asks about qualifications. And of course, that's one thing in politics, that you do not have to have a certain qualification to be a member of this legislature. You do not have to have a qualification to be an executive member, chairperson, a leader of the opposition, a chief whip, a whip, whatever position you hold here as representing the citizens of this province. One would hope that your political party has a mixture of various skills that truly represents the citizens here in this house in the best interests of the citizens of this province. But again, coming back to Bongi Madikizela, I again want to commend him for doing the honourable thing in stepping down. In also the difficulty in doing that, he also stepped down from a number of positions, not only from the cabinet. Of course, my position is only dealing with him as the Premier and in my role as him as a member of my cabinet. But as we know, he stepped down from other positions. He stepped down as a member of this legislature. He stepped down from political positions. And of course, what he also did was he made it very clear that he understands that he has erred. He is remaining within the Democratic Alliance, and he's going to go and rebuild. I think obviously the best thing to do here would be actually to finish that degree that was mentioned in his bio. As he said, that initially unfinished, and then the unfinished seems to not be around anymore. But he did the honourable thing. And as I said earlier in some of the other debates, that we don't often see that in politics, especially in South Africa. We're seeing all sorts of issues around even people not even preparing to accept suspensions while investigations take place. And of course, once again, I think in politics, and perhaps the question around my cabinet, I value that we find that integrity with members in our cabinet. And of course, you know, we will get challenged at any time, and I believe in proper due process, investigation, and then decisions get made in whichever way they happen, whether an individual steps down or whether I have to then act as a Premier and make a decision based on that evidence in front of me. I do believe in proper due process. And so perhaps the last part of the question, as I've said, we put lifestyle audits in place in our cabinet. Still today, 2 years on from a promise that was made at a national level, we still don't see lifestyle audits at that level or in other provinces yet. But I think it's something we need to push for. And I'm glad that we are leading from the front in this province. We need to get lifestyle audits in place across our country, because our country is facing, and it's the poorest of the poor that face the brunt of corruption and when money goes missing, etc. Of course, in this case, it is not about corruption. It is not about money going missing. It is not about stealing. It is about whether there was a true reflection on his bio or his CV. But of course, now one has to go back and say, well, when you do a lifestyle audit, do you do other audits as well? I know that in this process, there's been some other questions. I know that the Honourable Doug Moore has asked a question of qualifications of the members of our cabinet, and they will submit those questions. We will get people to sign off on those qualifications, and we'll submit that to the Honourable Doug Moore. Obviously, that then means submitted to the citizens of this province. And of course, if there are any other areas that we need to look at, if we need to put those into processes like the lifestyle audit, well, then, of course, we need to do that, because that's exactly what we want to try and achieve here as a cabinet here in a province, in a country that I think all needs to be doing and striving for the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up, Honourable Makama Botia?
Yes, Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much, Premier, with your response. But I hear you saying political positions do not permit or require qualifications. But all I'm asking from my question is, with those who have actually declared their qualifications on their CVs, will you then embark on a process, taking the experience that has taken place right now, conduct a screening of qualifications from your cabinet? The issue at hand here is an issue of integrity more than anything else. I understand the part of the lifestyle audit which does not include the qualifications of your cabinet. Thank you.
Premier.
So thank you, and I agree with the point around integrity. So you will see that when the answer goes to the Honourable Dugmore, which becomes public, I ask each member to sign off on their qualifications so that they, from an integrity point of view, are actually signing that those are my qualifications. The point about whether we actually spend money now to go and do a review on those qualifications, I can't say yes or no to that. But what I will do is say, well, how do we bring this into the future, into a mechanism that adds it to the lifestyle audit, for example. And we will definitely have a look at that. But of course, you know, people must also be able to stand by, and that's why I ask people to sign off on those qualifications.
Thank you. Honourable Member, any further follow-ups?
I'm fine, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. I now call on Honourable van der Westhuizen. Honourable van der Westhuizen, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Honourable Premier, what role do you see for agriculture in the economic recovery process? And what steps do you believe the central government can take to increase the contribution of agriculture to economic growth?
That's correct, Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much to the Honourable van der Westhuizen, and I think I could hear it correctly, the role, and then of course contribution from national. I think obviously the role, and it has stood out more than ever before. Agriculture has always been a big component of our economy in the province. It has always been a backbone and a sort of, if you remember going back to Project Khulisa, where we took the two biggest job generators. It was tourism and agriculture. But I think nothing stood out more than the last year and the role that agriculture played in our economy in the province, and the role that it has played not only during this pandemic, where we are very proud of the increased growth rates, while many other businesses were actually closing down, not able to keep jobs in place. Agriculture was still employing more people. Agriculture was growing. If I remember correctly, at the first quarter, it was an astronomical number of 26 or 29% growth in that first quarter. Obviously, that is also seasonality driven. Second quarter dropped to about 13%. And I think overall, we're sitting about 3.4% GDP growth in the agricultural sector in our province, in a country that is seeing negative growth, in a country that is seeing huge job losses. So I think as a sector, very, very important, and none more so than we've seen in the last year. And of course, I think everybody knows I really am a proponent of innovation. I'm a proponent of using technology to stay ahead of the game. And it was interesting, even yesterday, I was at the Agricultural Department, seeing the part of the wing ceremony on people being trained in drone technology for irrigation, drone technology for all different aspects of innovation in agriculture. And I think we stand out as a region, thinking about programs like the Fruit Look and the Smart Pens and all of the stuff that has been coming on for so long within our agricultural economy from a government point of view as a province, but also from the private sector. I think we must take our hats off to the private sector. And despite having debates in our country about expropriation without compensation, putting people at risk who specifically look at agricultural processes in the land, look at the investment that's taken place, look at the willingness to grow the economy, the willingness to build partnerships, the willingness to create jobs. it has really stood out. And of course, all of those accolades come on the back of some of the records that we've broken with record exports of citrus, etc., during this period. The point about the second part of the question about what more could we do at a national level, I mean, quite frankly, the ambiguity around policy, I've just spoken about the expropriation policy that really does cause problems with regard to investment. You know, we are a country that has the highest youth unemployment rate in the world. We have really high unemployment rates, and we never seem to be, as a country, asking our questions, so why? Why is it getting worse and not better? Why are more people not in jobs and not getting better? What are the causes? We don't talk about the causes and then get down to fixing the problem. We just carry on flogging the same old horse. So it actually would need a rethink in policy at a national level on understanding how economics work, because the economics that we're trying to push at a national level is still very much an economics of decades ago, and it is definitely not working in this environment. We also need to be able to give far more decisive rulings. Yesterday, I was engaging on a wine farm where we made a decision at the extended cabinet that the length it takes for a water license is an average of 300 days in our system. And I mean, I give the president all kudos here, where he said in that program, what are we going to do about this? Let's actually put a directive out that this must be done within 90 days. There's a government gazette that says 90 days, but you think it gets followed? No ways. You're lucky if you get 300 days on getting a water license in our system. Now, that doesn't help anybody. And the people who it really doesn't help are our new farmers. Our new farmers who we're trying to bring into this fold, how we're trying to create a change. And if you have a look at the change in the last 5 years on land reform, it was at 1%, and now we're already seeing it over 5% in our region in the agricultural sector. You're starting to see exponential change, but we need to see way more than that. And I think it's policy really at a national level needs to change, and the thinking around enabling this environment. Thank you.
5% not full.
Honourable van der Westhuizen, any follow-up?
Yes, thank you for that answer, Premier. Premier, you've now dealt on the problems also with the national government, and I can confirm that I've been in discussion with a farmer who's been waiting 440 days for a water use license recently. My question is, next question is, but what steps have you taken, especially the Western Cape government, to grow the employment opportunities and therefore job security in agriculture? You've now dwelt on the high unemployment rate, but to what extent can we and can we as a government assist with the increase in employment opportunities?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, for that follow-up. I think, first of all, like programs I spoke about yesterday, is how we as a government are trying to engage with the sector, be demand-led, what are getting in the way of being innovative. And innovation makes you competitive. What is happening in other parts of the world? We've got to help the sector in a competitive way. So I think the things that stand out for me right now in where we find ourselves compared to, say, a few years ago when it was actually my personal responsibility, and I spoke about Project Kulisa. I think right now it is about these kind of projects of getting technology to help farmers be more competitive. It is about how, and that specific program, I mean, you engage in a program yesterday which is looking at drone pilots and drone technology and how that helps a sector be competitive. And just in that engagement, I come up with now what I think is a huge problem is the red tape reduction. The 300 days or 400 days for a water license, that is red tape. That is bureaucracy getting in the way. I picked up yesterday that, I mean, I don't know if you saw, but there's these regular drones that they fly, but there's these big agricultural drones that they had there that they've got these pilot licenses for. And these agricultural drones take a 20-liter tank and they carry, it could be, herbicides, it could be for irrigation purposes, it could be for all, but it can take a weight, it can take a payload. This is a big drone. I mean, I was talking to them about how that starts to play a different role instead of having every 5 years fixed-wing aircraft doing a flyover of this province to get our data up to date on who's planting what, and you measure that with your exports and your production so you can really start to understand the data. Imagine instead of doing it every 5 years, you can do it once a year or every 6 months, because you'll do it by district, you'll do it by region, you'll do it even by farm, because you'll have the technology underneath a drone. Or, for example, Fruit Look, which uses satellite, which is expensive. Imagine being able to do that on the ground amongst your, within your regions. So it's those kind of innovations that for me really stand out, and that's what we need to do more of. But I also think cutting red tape. I heard yesterday that we manufacture these big drones here in South Africa. Not one drone manufacturing company can sell a drone in South Africa because our ICASA rulings around the frequencies and things are not giving them the approvals. So they are manufacturing in this country and they are selling up into Africa and to other countries. So of course that immediately now has to go to the red tape team. So I suppose red tape and regulation, we need to make it much easier to do business. I think about the port and the congestion in the port. I see Minister Maney has just invited the president not only to go to Durban, but come to this port. And I've just seen now the presidency has actually made a visit, I think it was today, to meet our ports authority to come and have a look. We need to really make our ports efficient.
Viva President, Viva.
Those are these kind of blockages. Has it not been suspended? I don't think you're allowed to interject in these sittings, but,
not really.
But thank you very much, Honourable Member, for that question.
Thank you, Premier. Any follow-up, Honourable van der Westhuizen?
Thank you. Mr. Premier, you've now referred to technology and so on, but perhaps what can we do from a training point of view, apart from just, training of drone pilots? And how do you see the future role of Elsenburg, our agricultural training college? As we know that the Department of Higher Education has actually said that they should be undertaking that kind of training. Are you aware of that? And would you attend to the future of Elsenburg?
Premier, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Honourable Member van der Westhuizen for a very important part. And I should have probably dealt with it in the first question, but I'm glad that you brought it up. I mean, I think it is critical, and I think another area that I can see potential massive failure. We know that Elsenburg is the top performing agricultural college in South Africa. It is the college that the National Department, it is the college that other colleges come and see what is happening there. And guess what? So in order to fix other agricultural colleges, you've got to then say, well, why don't we take the Elsenburg Agricultural College and hand it over to national government, because they will then make sure that everyone is fixed. It's like when you've got a flat tire, you flatten all of them. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me at all. You should be supporting excellence and fixing the tire elsewhere that is not offering you the maximum opportunity. And so skills are really critically important. And it is Elsenburg, and it is Stellenbosch, and it is where we work together. It is our other universities, but also I think, and I mean, we should fight that tooth and nail, that they do not take Elsenburg into the higher education fold. I think it will be the biggest disaster that has ever happened. It needs to be demand-driven. We need to keep it as close to the sector as possible. It doesn't help, Elsenburg must be focusing on the agricultural sectors of this province. It mustn't be nationally run with projects and probably then suddenly focusing on things that happen in other parts of the country. We really, really need to hold on to this college, and we need to fight this tooth and nail. We also need to, I think, and what is happening right now in our education system is really exciting for agriculture, because, of course, the STEM to STEAM Act, which is where it's not only science, technology, engineering, and maths, which is our education, at our basic education space, where we're actually putting more energy into creating the skills needed for that future competitive agricultural economy. And so whether it's at university level, whether it's at technicon level, whether it's at school level, that agriculture is becoming more and more of a mainstream skills development, because that's how you do remain relevant, you remain competitive, and you remain able to create the jobs, to find the growth, to attract the investment. That's what we've got to be doing. And yeah, so when we have our skills programs challenged like this, we need to all fight it tooth and nail. We need to find ways in which we become world best practice and not world worst practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier. That brings us to the end of questions to the Premier without notice. We now move on to statements by members. I will now give you all an opportunity, according to the list provided to me, for 2 minutes each. I recognize the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Am I audible?
You are.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the hypocrisy and the double standards of ANC leadership has never been clearer. Through you, Deputy Speaker, one should question the leader of the opposition who allows one of his members to sit in this House despite being embroiled in the Hawks investigation. This comes after funds conveniently vanished for a Nelson Mandela Day celebration back when the alleged member was at a local municipality. But Deputy Speaker, we are not surprised. Let's remember a former ANC MPP who was found guilty by the Conduct Committee for inflating a travel claims for her own benefit at the taxpayer's cost. And so, Speaker, the revelations of the Zondo Commission reverberate with the ANC in the Western Cape. We have a president whose response is either, I'm shocked, or complete ignorance to all the allegations of corruption, despite having been the head of government business during the Zuma years. And here in the Western Cape, we have a leader of the opposition who preaches about a process of so-called renewal in his party. The shock and horror to see the alleged renewal when the president suspends the Secretary General and the same Secretary General suspends the president. No wonder there's no time for accountability in the ANC and its governments. Speaker, here in the Western Cape, however, we do things differently. Our province is home to the country's top 5 best-run municipalities, as well as the only metro that is in financially sound position. Our municipalities also lead in the delivery of free basic units of electricity, water and sewerage and sanitation. This is not a coincidence. It's a result of DA good governance. In contrast, the ANC municipalities in the province owe Eskom almost 90 million rand. Deputy Speaker, Beaufort West, another ANC municipality, only achieved 18% in performance in the recent Ratings Africa report. If this is not enough of an indication of incompetence, it took a DA government to prevent an ANC-run Matsikama from wasting public money on outsourcing procurement program. Can I just finish off, Deputy Speaker?
Yes, you may finish off your sentence.
And as such, Deputy Speaker, with local government elections this year, the public only really has one choice to make to ensure accountability wins. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognise the ANC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Clause 72(1) of the Western Cape Constitution, adopted in 1997 by the Western Cape Legislature and then certified by the Constitutional Court, states that the Environmental Commissioner must A, monitor urban and rural development which may impact on the environment, B, investigate complaints in respect of environmental administration, C, recommend a course of conduct to any provincial organ of state or municipality whose activities have been investigated, and D, act in accordance with the principles of cooperative governance. Now, what's important here is to salute the foresight of those who actually drafted this provision, and especially those who proposed the Commissioner at the time. On Tuesday, the 11th of May, the first public hearing on the proposed amendment to the Western Cape Constitution will take place in Mossel Bay Town Hall at 1500 hours. The DA provincial government is proposing to remove this environmental commissioner in its entirety from the provincial constitution. Speaker, we recall how we as the ANC and civil society had to fight for over 10 years to ensure that the Children's Commissioner was appointed last year in 2020. Former Premier Helen Zille had promised to appoint the Commissioner in 2009. She broke her promise because it was clear that former Premier Zille did not want a public spotlight on the plight of children in our province. As the ANC, we believe that not only do we need to appoint the Environmental Commissioner without delay, but in fact, we need to add to its functions. Our province faces the major threat of climate change. We experience serious challenges to secure adequate and safe water for human consumption and use by the agricultural sector. We are trying to build the green economy and secure sustainable development which puts people before profits. The environment is critical to the very prosperity of the Western Cape. The tourism economy is central to our province, and tourists flock here to experience our natural environment and our beauty. We should see an environmental commissioner as an asset, and we therefore call on the people, the political parties, and civil society to unite with us in ensuring that the environmental commissioner is appointed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And now I recognise the EFF.
Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF calls on Premier Alan Winde to remove swiftly and remove Western Cape Minister Debbie Schaefer from her position with immediate effect. Since assuming that office as a minister, Ms. Schaefer has demonstrated a high level of incompetence and lack of knowledge with regards to duties of the office in which she occupies. Under her watch, the metric results continue to decline each and every year, while she continues to employ backwards education strategies that are out of touch with reality. With ample evidence available in her department and before her eyes that since 2009, the numbers of grade R learner intake has been growing, she still failed to capacitate schools and to create more rooms for these increasing numbers, including building of new schools. Today, we are sitting with thousands of unplaced learners in areas such as Forest Village at Mfuleni, to name the few, who the minister has turned a blind eye against, as she does not have a plan to place them in schools, of which only on the 7th of May, which is tomorrow, will those children be placed and who have missed out on schoolwork. Her department has now recently claimed that there is only 735 unplaced learners in the province, when they realize later that the actual number is in fact running in thousands. They now blame parents for duplicating numbers. Even in the event that her department will be able to place all learners into schools, the minister still does not know how she will assist these learners to cover up all the work missed and be up to date with other learners. Bombarding and throwing learners with educational pets will not on its own solve the problem. The sooner Ms. Schaefer is relieved of her duties as Minister of Western Cape Education and another competent candidate appointed, the better. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Speaker, the audio is very bad.
Correct. If we could just wait before you start, Honourable Member. There we go. You may begin.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, the time has long arrived for ANC members of this House to use their influence and help their national counterparts fulfill education obligations. Instead, they use unplaced learners as a political tool and evade their accountability towards education. Deputy Speaker, back in 2007, the former MEC for Education, Honourable Cameron Dugmore, said, and I quote, "We face a massive infrastructure challenge in the province in regard to the building of new schools, as well as maintaining our existing facilities. It is hoped that the bid to National Treasury arising out of the national audit of schools needs will result in increased funding to meet some of these challenges," close quote. It is thus ironic that the same party and the same member now fail to acknowledge that this remains the fundamental reason why thousands of learners are left without place at the start of an academic year. Skielik sê hulle niks en doen absoluut niks. Deputy Speaker, the statement by former MEC Dugmore indicates that the ANC is well aware of the education funding crisis, and it has now been 14 years. It is remarkable that the ANC back then had such determination to get more national money for learners in the Western Cape. But this DA administration, Deputy Speaker, on the other hand, does accountability justice. The Provincial Education Department has placed over 20,000 learners in a period of 3 months with zero assistance from national government, despite the clear need for more resources. And yet the ANC has the audacity to criticize the time lag it takes to provide mobile classrooms, infrastructure for which they are fundamentally responsible. My question, through you, Deputy Speaker, to the Honourable Said is the following. If the concern is truly for the young people of the province, why not address resource gaps with the Minister Motshekga? Do we not all remember that education is a co-competency of a province and central government? But Deputy Speaker, our ANC counterparts again say niks and hulle do niks. Dololo replied, Dololo accountability, hulle is maar net all talk and no action, Deputy Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognise Good. Honourable Heron, are you online? I'm going to move on to the ACDP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, since July 2020 until April 2021, there have been 1,078 attempts of illegal land invasions across the Western Cape, with the majority recorded in the city of Cape Town. The Provincial Human Settles Department has spent more than 355 million in the 2020-2021 financial year to prevent land invasions and occupation of houses that are completed. Houses that are completed and ready for occupation by qualified beneficiaries are illegally occupied. This and the land invasions is a serious state of affairs, as it has a negative impact on the ability to deliver housing opportunities to previously identified beneficiaries. Deputy Speaker, what is more alarming is that 50 new informal settlements have been built since lockdown began 12 months ago. Land grabs and land invasions threats the resource of the province and the city and take much needed funds that could benefit other communities in the Western Cape. These land grabs are organized and seems to follow a well-planned strategy. And this must stop. The ACDP calls on the full might of the law to be brought against these perpetrators that are orchestrating these campaigns of land grabs and land invasions. Land invasions negatively impact the economy of this province overseas and nationally. And we ask the Western Cape government to act. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now recognise the ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The recent by-elections held on 21 April of this year illustrates once again a trend that was started in 2019. The DA support at the election polls is fast declining. This time, however, they could not blame their experimental leader. In 2012, the DA had set its target to 30% of the national vote by 2014. It only achieved 22%. In 2019, it came down to 20% of the national vote. In the by-elections of 11 November 2020 alone, the DA lost 3 wards to the ANC, 1 in Mfuleni in Gauteng, 1 in the city of Johannesburg, in the Madibeng Northwest, and 1 in the Renosterberg Northern Cape. On the same day, it also lost wards to Al Jama and the Patriotic Alliance in the city of Johannesburg, whilst losing a ward to the EFF and in JP Max and a ward to Good in George. On December 9th last year, the DA lost 2 wards to the ANC in Oudtshoorn. And on 21st April 2021, the DA lost yet another ward to the ANC in Knysna. In other words, in only the last 3 sets of by-elections, the DA has lost in excess of 8 wards countrywide. This is clearly illustrative of a party in crisis, and that is overwhelming, being rejected by South Africans at the polls. They have simply become a regional party here in the Western Cape, whose electoral ceiling was reached in 2014. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognise the DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, as we participate in the very first sitting for the new financial year, I wish to draw attention to the House of the successes made by the Law Enforcement Advancement Programme, officers who were deployed about 1 year ago. In a statement, Minister for Community Safety, Albert Fritz, notes the work done by these officers in the most recent week, which has led to 80 arrests and the confiscation of several firearms and illegal substances. Deputy Speaker, these are significant strides demonstrating our commitment towards tackling crime. And it is being kept in mind, Speaker, that we know as a province, may only supplement policing resources. The mandate still resides with the National Cabinet in Pretoria. But Deputy Speaker, the City of Cape Town is also doubling up its efforts to combat crime. It is recorded just under 200 arrests in only 1 week, and which also came with the confiscation of several illegal items that perpetuates the violence of organized crime in our province. The work of these officers, Deputy Speaker, is thus widely welcomed in our efforts to fight crime. And again, despite this not being part of the core mandate of this provincial government. Deputy Speaker, while the national government forgets about its safety mandate and continuously showcases serious concerns on the accountability on this long-standing concern in the province, the DA has demonstrated accountable governance in action. Our publicly available stats and facts speaks for themselves. The National Minister for the South African Police Service, on the other hand, leads a SAPS organization in which one's branch does not speak to the other. And so it is sadly unsurprising that we do not get answers to our parliamentary questions dealing with SAPS's operation here in our province. But let me provide another example, Deputy Speaker. The SAPS National Forensic Science Laboratory sidestepped a Provincial Community Safety Committee invitation on the DNA backlog here in the Western Cape. We still do not have the answers to the predicament in this backlog that it presents to the criminal justice system. Deputy Speaker, the DA in the Western Cape is doing justice to accountable governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus concedes that educational qualifications is not a yardstick by which to measure political fitness. This has been proven by people, great statesmen like Winston Churchill, through the Second World War as British Prime Minister, Napoleon Bonaparte, who nearly conquered the whole of Europe but had no academic qualifications. But nevertheless, we want to emphasize the need to have people of the greatest integrity in Parliament so that people can trust us with their future. We don't see any reason why somebody should falsify any qualification they might have in order to secure a position or to turn favor towards them. We therefore appeal to members of this House and even the civil to have some integrity when filling in those forms, asking for your qualifications, that you do not load it in order to get favor for appointments. But we nevertheless concede that educational qualification should never be a measuring yardstick by which we judge competency levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognise Al Jamar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The province should look at their policies to help the private sector people to create more businesses and encourage local government to lower business rates as an incentive to encourage new businesses in the wards, in the different wards. These businesses can create more jobs, thus improving the lives of people. Until more people are in work and fewer people depend on government grants, government at every level will just be about hoping that the situation do not go from bad to worse. People need to start businesses and create jobs. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognise the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it was in January this year that vulnerable residents were water-bombed by SAPS vehicles led by the public order policing at the SASSA Bellville offices. Just yesterday, we noticed that the IPID report, which effectively excuses all involved, including the ANC Minister of Social Development, Minister Lindiwe Zulu, who was on site at the time. This is how it works in the ANC, Deputy Speaker. One can walk all over the poor and treat the vulnerable with the greatest of disdain while keeping one's job and answering to no one, absolutely no one. Another good example, Deputy Speaker, the same ANC Minister Zulu has hemorrhaged more than 6 billion in a department of fruitless and wasteful expenditure that has been marked irregular. This money is gone, Deputy Speaker, with no real benefits to the residents or those waiting for their grants to be paid. All we have for it is unanswered questions, unanswered letters, and we've got tenders being awarded at excessive prices. Why all the non-compliance in procurement in social development? Why does the grants decrease but the politicians kept on getting rewarded? Deputy Speaker, the ANC allowed over 200,000 temporary disability grants to lapse, with around 50,000 of those being in the Western Cape. When these vulnerable residents went to SASSA to reapply for these grants, as they were told to do, they were met with police brutality, which saw the waterbombing of the frail, the elderly, and the disabled. Yet this national government is singing their own praises for supposedly clearing the TDG crisis, a crisis which they themselves started. It is worth noting that if it were not for the pressure from the Provincial Parliament, Provincial Department of Social Development, and the City of Cape Town, any eradication of the grant backlog wouldn't have happened at all. Deputy Speaker, yet we sit here today and we've got a very different story to tell in this province, because in the Western Cape, accountability matters from the bottom to the top. The Provincial Department of Social Development has set aside 10.5 million for the Sanitary Dignity Project. They've committed more than 1,000 more bed spaces for the homeless, in addition to the 1,499 we already have. And we've set aside a further 25 million for the nutritional food relief program during this difficult time. This is the type of governance we need, Deputy Speaker, not the lack of accountability we see from the national ANC. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of statements. In terms of Rule 145.6, I now give one or more members of the executive present on this hybrid any opportunity to respond to members' statements for not more than 5 minutes collectively. Are there any ministers who would like to respond? Calling once, calling twice. I assume not. That is the end of members' statements. Thank you very much. Honourable members, we're now moving over to notices of motion. In terms of the new rule, 151, all notices of motion by members are required to be delivered to the Secretary for placing it on the order paper. These motions duly submitted will be published on the order paper. We now move to motions without notice. I would like to inform you that in terms of the new standing rule of 150, pertaining to motions without notice, condolence, or congratulatory were submitted to the Programming Authority prior to this plenary on the 4th of May 2021. I've been informed that in the Programming Authority meeting of the 4th of May 2021, political parties did submit the names of honourable members in the desired order of speaking and who had wished to move a motion without notice in this sitting of the House. I will therefore, just for noting and for the purpose of the minutes, call out the honourable members whose names have accordingly been submitted and approved. The following members' motions have been approved by the Programming Authority as follows. Honourable America, Honourable Lecker, Honourable Wenger, Honourable Botha, second time, Honourable Allen, Honourable Philander, Honourable Allen, Honourable Mitchell, and Honourable Mvimbi. I now put the motion duly submitted and approved by the Programming Authority to the House. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections? Agreed to. The motion will appear in the minutes of the proceedings and in Hansard and in each individual member's name as if that member had read them out aloud. I've also received a list of names from members whose motions were not approved at the Programming Authority meeting. I will now afford the opportunity to those members whose motions were not approved. Members are reminded that the 30 minutes as per the standing rule of 152.d will start now. I recognize the Honourable Lecker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I moved that the legislature notes the island mentality runs deep in the DA-led Cape Town, as this council makes all sorts of excuses not to submit itself to public scrutiny by the DA-run province, and that it thinks it is superior to the legislature, calls on the DA to bring the city in line with our unitary state and government model. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No. There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize Honourable van der Westhuizen.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I rise to congratulate farmer Ivan Kluter on verbally being promised a lease agreement for the state farm Kulenso near Darling. This follows after he was served with a notice to vacate the land within 21 days, as the farm has been promised to a syndicate that included an ANC MK veteran that already has access to land. This was exposed and supported by our colleagues Honourable Annette Steyn in the National Assembly and Honourable Dr. Ivan Meyer, Minister for Agriculture in the Western Cape. We wish Mr. Ivan Kluter well with his future farming operations and trust that the verbal promise will soon result in a written lease agreement. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Object.
Objections? The motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize Honourable Dugmore.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that the legislature notes a growing tendency by the Democratic Alliance to undermine multi-party and public accountability and oversight, in particular the unwillingness of the MEC for local government to call on the City of Cape Town to respond to questions from MPLs, whilst at the same time seeking to reduce the mandate of this legislature, which is to further cooperative governance, accountability and transparency. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize Honourable Bartman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I move that this House notes and congratulates the exemplary work of the City of Cape Town in 1, launching the Cape Skills and Employment Accelerator project, which seeks to upskill and create employment for 200 women and youth in the textile industry, partnering with more than 40 SMMEs to empower and uplift Cape Town's historically rich textile sector. 2, promoting the city as a luxury tourism market for international travelers, which led to Cape Town being ranked amongst the world's top cities for remote working this year. 3, securing more than 11 billion rand worth of investment in 2020, which created more than 7,000 jobs and trained nearly 3,000 people in key sectors in the city, such as call center operations, clothing, manufacturing, craft and design, green economy, and boat building. 4, being the metro with the lowest unemployment rate in the fourth quarter of 2020 in South Africa and securing 230 million rand to support local business. 4, being ranked first in 2 categories in the sub-national doing business survey conducted by the World Bank, outperforming 9 other metros in the categories of electricity and construction permits, as well as registering properties. And 6, launching its Job Connect workforce development program, which seeks to link SMMEs and corporate businesses with qualified individuals, as well as offering training and employment opportunities to job seekers. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Object.
There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. Honourable Botman was a bit long, almost to the point of a statement, but thank you very much. I recognise Honourable Smith. Honourable Smith.
She stepped aside.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I move a motion without notice that the legislature notes the results of the recent by-elections in the Western Cape, where the ANC was victorious both in Knysna and in Beaufort West, and congratulates the ANC on its inroads. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Object.
There are objections. The motion will be printed on the paper.
Old news.
Thank you, honourable members. I now recognise Honourable Windvogel. Honourable Windvogel, are you there? Calling once, calling twice. I move over to Honourable Smith. Honourable Smith, are you there?
Deputy Speaker, thank you so much. I'm just trying to find my...
Remember, these are the ones that were rejected in the Programming Authority.
Oh, no, thank you, Speaker. Deputy Speaker, you can move on. Thank you.
Noted, thank you. Honourable Dugmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that the legislature notes the resignation of MEC Bonginkosi Madikizela and further expresses its concern that the DA has double standards in dealing with disciplinary matters.
Object.
Object. Old news.
Order, order, honourable members, please. Order.
Sorry.
Order, honourable members. Can Honourable Dugmore please complete what I was busy listening to? Over to you, Honourable Dugmore.
Thank you. I just indicated that that this House expresses its concerns that the DA has double standards in dealing with disciplinary matters, as witnessed by the fact that both Marius Kuhn, Saldanha Meyer, and Xanthia Limburg have not been suspended while the allegations against them regarding their CVs are investigated, in stark contrast to the immediate suspension of former MEC Madikizela. I so move.
Thank you. Any objections? The motion will be
Object. The honourable member must step aside.
Thank you very much. I now recognise Honourable Dugmore again.
Bongi, step aside.
Honourable Speaker, I appear to be aware of 2 of my motions which have been tabled, not a third one. So I will then not exercise that right to move a third one.
That's fine. We'll come to the normal list after this. Thank you, Honourable Dugmore. I now recognise Honourable Lacker. That's to do with your motion from the Programming Authority.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the legislature sends its condolences to family, friends and comrades of the late Lonwabo Jack. Further notes the Western Cape has a bloody history of murders of LGBTIQ members and calls on the provincial government to reveal what it is doing for this vulnerable community. I so move.
Thank you. Any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections? Agreed to. I recognize Honourable Moran.
Murray or Moran?
Apologies, Moran.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Speaker, motion without notice that the legislature notes the extra crop profit exports that fruit farmers made during this year, especially table grapes and citrus, as well as other crops, and therefore the call to bosses to share their windfall profits with workers. I so moved.
Thank you. Any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections? Agreed to. I now move over to the general list of motions without notice in terms of our rules. I recognize the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I hereby on behalf of the DA move a motion without notice that this House commiserate with our colleagues of the African National Congress with specific to reference to unpaid staff at Lutuli House who continue to work without salaries, the party staff in the Western Cape who were unpaid and were dismissed without due process, and the Western Cape leadership who may be anxious to receive their suspension lesson and then must then take on the duty of suspending one another to follow the example of what's happened in National Parliament. Finally, that the House of the Democratic Alliance will not allow South Africa to be held hostage by the internal machinations of being suspended and not suspended. The DA will continue on its efforts on ranking out the real plight faced by the residents of this country and work tirelessly for their benefits. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion? There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the ANC. The Honourable Lecker.
Can you pass the Deputy Speaker, please?
Sure, I'll do that. I recognize the DA again. Any motions without notice? No. I recognize the EFF. No. Can I just ask, generally, are there any further motions without notice?
Deputy Speaker, my apologies. I lost you somehow.
Okay.
We do have motions without notice as EFF.
Okay. Makamba Botia, you may proceed.
Speaker, can I go?
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure if I was still on the podium.
Oh, okay. My apologies. So if you're ready to proceed, I will give you an opportunity and then we'll move on.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the House notes with disgust and disdain the conduct of police officers in Khayelitsha who told a woman to go investigate her own case when she tried to open a case of rape. The police officers in question are alleged to have told the woman in question that she appeared too calm to claim that she was raped. Gender-based violence is a serious issue and social ill that continue to cripple our country on a daily basis. The EFF calls for the investigations to be initiated against the police officers involved and that they be suspended with immediate effect. And so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections?
No, no objection.
Agreed to. Are there any further? I'm going to go down the list. The DA, and I'll come to you.
Okay.
The DA, anybody from the DA? No. We move over to Good. Honourable Heron?
No.
Thank you. I've got no DA. ACDP?
No Speaker, no Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. The ANC?
Yes. Speaker, motion without notice that the legislature notes the success of a Boland couple had with their homegrown extra virgin oil, which was crowned the best on the continent of Africa, as well as one of the best in this country during various local competition. And wish Dr. Gerard and Siska de Toit of Leersdorp all the best with the results of their present crop. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections? Agreed to. Freedom Front Plus?
Thank you so much, Speaker. Speaker, I move that the Premier consider piggybanking the role of poverty eradication and alleviation onto all ministers in his cabinet. Shouldn't just be the function of social services, but the function of each minister to have a policy on poverty alleviation and eradication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections? Agreed to. I recognize Al Jamal.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move and I want to wish well all the Muslims all around the world for the month of Ramadan, and may they have a Ramadan Mubarak, and may they enjoy the month of Ramadan, and as well as the day of Eid al-Fitr. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any further motions from the ANC? Honourable Moran, I think Honourable Murray, is your hand up for another motion?
I do apologize, Speaker. I forgot to put down my hand.
Noted. Any further and outstanding motions without notice?
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Makamba-Botje, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters, calling on the Premier Alan Winde to institute a qualification screening process against members of his own provincial executive and going down to the departmental offices bureau in provincial government. Lying about obtaining qualifications which one does not possess is not only a criminal offense in this country, but an infringement of various provisions of an executive member's Ethics Act. Those found to have committed such an offense brings the entire governance structure into disrepute. I so move.
Thank you. Any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections? Agreed to. Any further motions? Any motions from the ANC? I know there was someone waiting earlier. Honourable Makamba-Botje, are you finished?
I still have 3 more, Deputy Speaker.
Okay. While I haven't seen any other hands, you may proceed one at a time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the House welcomes the order of the Western Cape High Court ordering the Matsikama municipality to comply with investigations into maladministration, fraud and corruption which continue to engulf the municipality. The EFF also calls on Minister Anton Bredel to also use the very same energy and launch similar investigations in DA-led municipalities across the province, such as in the city of Cape Town, which continue to be met by one scandal after another. The MEC should not use the executive powers conferred upon his office to strategically fight political battles against municipalities governed by other municipal political parties, whilst turning a blind eye against those run by the DA. I so move.
Thank you. Any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Yes. Deputy Speaker.
There are objections. Is that Honourable Deputy Chief Whip?
Yes, I am objecting to the motion being moved without notice.
Thank you very much. That is noted. The objection will be printed on the motion will be printed on the order paper. Honourable Makamba-Botje, you may proceed to your second one.
Okay, the second one, Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the EFF, we note and condemn the double standards used by the DA-led Western Cape government in dealing with officials implicated in qualification scandal. While Premier Alan Winde was quick to suspend former Minister Matikizela, the same cannot be said about the Saldanha Bay Municipality Mayor Maurice Kuhn, who allegations that he also lied about his qualifications. As a minister, Antoine Bredel turns a blind eye and does nothing to intervene in the matter. Black people in that party are getting suspended from the government positions during investigations, while whites are left comfortable in those positions during investigations involving the same subject. I so move.
Objection.
Object.
Honourable Member, I actually think that that was a very similar motion to Honourable Dugmore's. I'll ask the table staff to assess that, even though there are objections. I move on. And your third one, Honourable Makamba Botia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF notes and condemns the actions of the municipality manager in the sub-district Beth Referi municipality in the West Coast for using law enforcement officials to unlawfully evict homeless people in the Reno Park Sports Ground temporary shelter in the Peekabet facility. This following the actions of the municipality providing these homeless people with a shelter during the height of COVID-19 infections in 2020 and later tried to throw them out of the street. The municipality has a constitutional obligation to provide these homeless people with alternative accommodation in the event that it no longer wants them to occupy the shelter in question. Here we are dealing with vulnerable individuals in society who should be treated with care and humanity at all times. I so move.
Objections to the motion be moved without notice?
Object.
Object.
There is an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I trust that everybody has now completed their motions without notice. Calling once, calling twice, closed. That concludes motions without notice. The secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of report of the Standing Committee on Finance, Economic Opportunities and Tourism on the Western Cape 19th Gambling and Racing Amendment Bill B1 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I've been informed by the Chief Whip that the Programming Authority resolved that there would be no list of speakers and that parties who wish to do so will now be afforded an opportunity to make a declaration on the report for a maximum of 3 minutes if they so desire. I will now afford parties an opportunity to make a declaration if they wish. I recognize the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board had become increasingly reliant on funding from Provincial Treasury. The amendment bill in the main seeks to ensure that the regulator had an independent source of income to ensure that it was self-sufficient and that gambling was regulated appropriately. In principle, the ANC supports the objectives of this bill. There are many critical issues that were raised by stakeholders during the public hearing that need to be taken into consideration by the legislature before this bill is passed. For instance, there were complaints that the COVID-19 pandemic and the national state of disaster had a devastating impact on the gambling operation. Casinos had been under very stringent limitations. The pandemic had severely impacted revenue generation ability, limited payout machines. Operators had been operating for only a few weeks. Therefore, further increases in cost carried the real risk of closure and job losses. Moreover, while funding for the board might be obtained through these amendments, it will be disastrous for the industry. The National Gambling Board pointed out that the proposed increase in LPM operator fees called into question the issue of transformation in the gambling industry. One of the main factors that a potential new entrant considered was the cost of licensing. Such high fees deterred new entrants into the industry and entrenched monopolies within the gambling industry. This could lead to fewer historically disadvantaged individuals being able to participate in the gambling industry. Furthermore, the proposed LPM operator fees, along with the deletion of the 10-year exclusivity, could entrench the existence of monopolies and create higher barriers to entry. The board should be encouraged to have robust and ongoing stakeholder engagement with all players in the industry to present plans on how to address this concern. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call on the EFF.
Deputy Chair, the EFF is not making any declaration. Thank you.
Noted, thank you. I now call on Good.
Deputy Speaker, we have no declaration. Thank you.
Noted, thank you. The ACDP.
Deputy Speaker, no declaration from the ACDP.
Noted, thank you. Freedom Front Plus.
Deputy Speaker, no declaration from Freedom Front.
Noted, thank you. Al Jamar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We have no declaration. Al Jamar. Thank you.
Noted, thank you, Al Jamar. And the DA. Honourable Bartman.
May I go ahead?
There you may go ahead.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, fellow South Africans, the Standing Committee on Finance, Economic Opportunities and Tourism considered the subject of the Western Cape 19th Gambling and Racing Amendment Bill B1 2020, referred to it in accordance with Standing Rule 173. The committee unanimously supported the bill, reporting no objections and reporting on the amendment bill without amendments. The amendment bill aims to amend the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Act 1996 so as to provide that certain fees are to be paid to the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board instead of into the Provincial Revenue Fund, making the board independent financially, to provide for casino operator fees, to amend the provisions in Schedule 2 relating to limited gambling machine operator fees, and to provide for matters incidental thereto. The committee received comprehensive submissions from the respective industry, who represent most, if not all, of the relevant stakeholders affected by this amendment bill as part of its public participation process. Further, the committee went above and beyond in order to ensure due diligence and that members are able to apply their minds to the content of the respective legislation. In this regard, I would like to thank the parliamentary and departmental officials for assisting us throughout this process and providing guidance and advice. It is further imperative that when we legislate for years to come. And I would like to echo my colleague, Member Mvimbi, who spoke about transformation and monopolies in the respective industry, because in this regard, the National Department and Minister needs to allow new entrants into the market and the opening of this market, and we would welcome this push by our colleague. The members of this committee were unanimous that this industry should pay for its own regulation instead of pushing that burden onto all the people of the Western Cape. Deputy Speaker, the DA supports this bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Bartman. If you can give me a second, I'm going to announce how many members are in the House, meaning in the House and online. One minute. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I recognise that there are 28 honourable members present and entitled to vote, and the House is therefore quorate. The question put before the House is that the report of the Standing Committee on Finance, Economic Opportunities and Tourism be adopted. Are there any objections to the report being adopted?
Deputy Speaker, the ACDP abstain.
The ACDP abstains. Any other comments? No objections?
Deputy Speaker, Al Jamar abstains.
No objections from the Freedom Front Plus.
Okay, no objections.
Al
We
Jamar
recognize
abstains.
Al Jamar's abstention.
Al Jamar abstains.
Thank you. Noted, thank you. Thank you very much. We now move on. The Secretary will read the second order of the day.
Consideration of report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning on the upgrading of Land Tenure Rights Amendment Bill B6B 2020 NCOP, ratification of final mandate.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Order. The House has received the report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning on the upgrading of the Land Tenure Rights Amendment Bill, conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP to support this bill. This mandate has been sent to the NCOP. I will now afford parties an opportunity to make a declaration if they so wish. I recognize the ANC.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Let me quickly get to my declaration. Just a minute. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The ANC supports the amendment bill to upgrade the law pertaining to land rights, which is aimed specifically at tribal authorities' rights in rural areas. The ANC supported all the way a process that will in the end also benefit women in outlying areas which are even treated as minors, when especially legal matters, for instance, their husbands' estates are concerned. In some cases, women get no precedence ahead of their minor sons with land allocations. The DA postulates about the cleanup of the legislation and raises all kinds of technical reasons to oppose the bill. But it is no surprise, as the DA does not really care about black farmers and workers on farms. The DA showed its biasness when workers demanded a minimum salary increase by speaking and lobbying against it, establishing an alternative worker organization, and even stated in its policy manifesto that workers must take a salary cut to the level of a poor man's social pension grant. Other than the DA, the ANC will always stand by the vulnerable and poor people and will always fight laws that discriminate against women and children. Speaker, I, Pat Moran, rise on behalf of the African National Congress to declare support for the upgrading of the Land Tenure Rights Amendment Bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call on the EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF wishes to make no declaration. Thank you.
Noted, thank you. I call on Good.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we support the bill. We do not support the report. Thank you.
Noted, thank you. I call on the ACDP.
Deputy Speaker, we do not support the bill. We think that this is undue haste with Parliament seeks to comply with the set date of the court, and we cannot support this bill. Thank you.
Noted, thank you. I recognize the Freedom Front Plus.
Deputy Speaker, in supporting the bill, the only appeal I wish to make is that in terms of the Constitution, which declares that all legislation must be of equal application, I wish that we will look at, especially in the Western Cape, that all the lands held in terms of the Trankra also treated similarly as other communal lands. And is that a point of order, Speaker?
1 minute, Honourable Murray, just 1 minute. Somebody's mic is on. Can you please mute yourselves other than Honourable Murray? Honourable Murray, you may continue.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker. My appeal is that this House investigate whether this bill will negatively affect anything related to land held in terms of the Trankra Act, in terms of Trankra Act for coloured people's land, which used to resolve under Act 9, which was repealed, and that communal land should be addressed similarly, irrespective of whether it is in the former homelands or whether it is in terms of Act 9, which now resorts under the Trankra Act.
Thank you. You concluded. Thank you, Honourable Murray. I now call on Al Jamal.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Al Jamal abstains.
Abstains. Noted. Thank you. I now call on the DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. More than 27 years have passed since the ANC won the elections on the 27th of April 1994.
Can I phone you back? Hello?
Can you please
Honorable,
protect
1
me?
minute, Honorable Van der Westhuizen. Please mute your mics, honorable members. Honorable Van der Westhuizen, you may continue.
More than 27 years have passed since the ANC won the elections on the 27th of April 1994. The upgrade of Land Tenure Rights Act of 1991 is therefore an act drafted by the old apartheid government. It was a time of unequal rights. It was the time when the apartheid government was still keeping the former homelands alive. It was a time of race and gender discrimination. It was a time when legislation violated citizens' rights. One would think that the ANC would have rushed to scrap such an outdated and discriminatory law. But no, the ANC government was quite happy to keep some of the old apartheid laws in place. The Constitutional Court in 2018 declared sections of ULTRA to be unconstitutional because of its discrimination against women. It also found that ULTRA was still recognizing the TVVC states as if they still existed. The National Assembly was given 24 months to address these serious issues. One would have thought that the ANC government would have been embarrassed due to its failure to address an issue so centered in our politics with a matter of urgency. After the first court order was ignored, the government eventually approached the judiciary again, asking for a further postponement of the due date to address ULTRA's unconstitutionality. A further extension of 18 months until the 30th of April 2021 was granted. Again, national government sat on its hands for months. As such, the memorandum to the bill states, and I quote, "The department has not consulted widely on the bill." Consequently, we as provinces were put under a lot of pressure to rush the process to finalize our mandates to our representatives in the National Council of Provinces. The rights regarding property is an important cornerstone of a modern economy. The issues which the original Act tried to address remain important and legitimate concerns. Many South Africans still find themselves in disadvantaged positions as they do not have the same rights as that of property owners. We are in serious need of lateral thinking and modern-day solutions to address such issues. Yet, the ANC government has dropped the ball on this vital issue. The Western Cape could not support such a feeble attempt to bring apartheid legislation in line with the Constitution, particularly when it is acknowledged by the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform that this bill was not widely consulted, as also required by our Constitution. We therefore mandated our representatives in the NCOP not to support this bill. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member, I have to announce that there are currently 28 members present and entitled to vote, and the House is therefore quorate. The question put before the House that the report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning on the upgrading of Land Tenure Rights Amendment Bill conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP to support this bill be ratified and adopted. I recognize the Chief Whip. I see there's a mistake there.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Could we just get clarity whether it's to the report is to support the bill or to not support the bill?
Give me 1 second. Yeah, I'm going to take lead from the chairperson of the Standing Committee, who has clearly indicated on record to not support the bill. I recognize the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've just pulled the ATC of Tuesday, the 13th of April. The committee report, if I may read it for reading in the record.
Yes, please.
Final mandate stage, report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning on the upgrading of Land Tenure Rights Amendment Bill B6B 2020, NCOP dated 12 April 2021 as follows. the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, having considered the subject of the upgrading of Land Tenure Rights Amendment Bill, referred to it in accordance with Standing Rule 217, recommends that the House confers on the Western Cape's delegation in the NCOP the authority not to support the amendment bill.
I will take that. Thank you very much. For the record, are there any objections not to support this bill? No objection.
Yes.
EFF abstains, Deputy Speaker.
Okay, the EFF abstains. Now, instead of everybody shouting out over a screen, I'm going to exercise the numbers. There are 17 currently Democratic Alliance, 6 ANC, 1 Freedom Fight, Economic Freedom Fighter, 1 Good, 1 ACDP, 1 Freedom Front Plus, and 1 Al Jamar. I note that the EFF abstains. I'm now going to put, and I'm going to assume that there are any other objections from the ANC?
Yes.
Yes, I note your objection. The Democratic not supports. ACDP?
Madam Chair, I said we don't support.
I note that. Thank you very much. Freedom Front Plus, I think if you can just repeat that for me, Honourable Murray.
I put a caveat there. I made a reservation. What I meant to say, if it doesn't apply to other lands in terms of the Tranca Act, then it's not acceptable to me. If it does apply to everybody in terms of communal land, I would take it back and come with a different solution, but I'll abstain this time.
Thank you. You abstain. And finally, Al Jamar, I think, said abstained. If he can just clarify.
That is correct, Deputy Speaker.
Noted.
Abstains. Thank you.
So it carries in favor of the Democratic Alliance. Thank you very much.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
I just want to make sure that you had good support for the bill.
Yes, I note your support for the bill and read it into the record if I had not done that. Thank you very much, Honourable Heron. Right, we now will read, the Secretary will now read the third order of the day.
Consideration of report of the Public Accounts Committee on the 2019-2020 annual reports of the 12 departments of the Western Cape Government, including their public entities, dated 25 March 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I've been informed by the Chief Whip that the Programming Authority resolved there would be no list of speakers and that parties who wish to do so will be afforded an opportunity to make a declaration on the report for a maximum of 3 minutes if they so desire. I call on the first. I recognize the ANC.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, am I audible?
You are audible.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The annual reports are instrumental in exercising our oversight responsibility and holding the executive to account. Accountability and oversight are the bedrock and cornerstone of a functional constitutional democracy. They are also an important monitoring and evaluating tool of service delivery to the electorate. As a consequence of accountability and oversight, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts held successful meetings with the various departments and their respective entities to consider annual reports and Auditor General reports. The outcomes of the Auditor General reports are encouraging and commendable, as majority of the departments achieved clean audits. There are few departments and entities that regress from unqualified to qualified audit report. What is concerning is the continued rise in cases of irregular, unauthorized, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure. Among the departments that have experienced this practice, I can mention the Provincial Treasury, Department of Community Service, Safety, Agriculture, as well as the Department of the Premier. In future, we would like to call upon the department to ensure that such practices are actually not occurring and do everything in their power to prevent this. It is in this regard, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I would like to call on all the departments to implement preemptive and preventative measures to avert the repeat of these malpractices. The provision of the Amendment Public Audit Act must be implemented in terms of consequent management. Although I've mentioned this department, I'm not trying to actually target them, but I just want to illustrate that it is actually possible to avert this. For example, I can mention the Department of Transport and Public Works, which is one of the departments that has not have any irregular as well as unauthorized as fruitful and wasteful expenditure. Also, Deputy Speaker, it is important that the department must also submit their annual reports on time, as it might have been the case in the past that some departments were late in submission of their annual reports. But also, we've also learned that the Department of Health has also not submitted its report. However, we have learned that its report is now available, and we are actually looking forward into engaging in a robust discussion about it. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Mvimbi. I now call on the EFF.
Deputy Speaker, the EFF is not making any declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Good.
Deputy Speaker, no declaration, thank you.
Noted, thank you. The ACDP.
No declaration, Speaker.
Noted, thank you. Freedom Front Plus.
I don't have any declaration, Deputy.
Noted, thank you. And Al Jamal.
No declaration, Deputy Speaker.
Noted, thank you. I call on the DA.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape leads from the front and shows its commitment to responsible financial management. The provincial government has once again proven itself to be the best run and most financially healthy and fiscally responsible government in the country. In total, 75% of all departments and entities received a clean audit. A minority of departments and entities, just 20%, received unqualified audits with findings. There is a stark difference in financial management between the DA-led Western Cape and other ANC-led provincial governments. The Gauteng provincial government, the next best performing province, only received 30% clean audits for the 2019-2020 financial year, while the Western Cape outperformed the Northwest, the worst performing province, by a staggering 71%. The Provincial Department of Health has for the second year running been the only provincial health department to be awarded a clean audit. Other provinces have not performed as well. The Department of Health in the Northern Cape is a playbook for disastrous financial management. It has quite simply run out of money. The bank overdraft set at 459 million and would have to use more than 10% of the following year's budget to meet their obligations. Gauteng faces an estimated 23.8 billion of unbudgeted medical claims against its health department, and Eastern Cape has incurred irregular expenditure of 388 million. The DA in the Western Cape is always mindful that the money which we spend is not our own. It is the people's money which must be used to benefit, uplift, and empower each and every resident in the Western Cape, which is why, on average, the Western Cape departments spent 98.5% of their allocated budgets, bringing services and protecting the interests of the people of Western Cape. Deputy Speaker, the numbers speak for themselves. The Western Cape government remains the best run province in the country. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I have to announce that there are currently 28 honourable members present and entitled to vote, and the House is therefore quorate. The question put before the House is that the report of the Public Accounts Committee be adopted. Are there any objections to the report being adopted? No objections? Agreed to. Honourable members, that concludes the business for the day. The Secretary will now end the meeting and all members will be exited from the sitting. The House is adjourned. Thank you.